Apparently I can't type this morning. All right. Diving in. Speaking of culture, the culture of this fortress is not dying, hopefully, so we'll see if we can keep it longer. I need some more children. It's been a while since we've had babies in the fort. Means we might be going down that way again. This is Longdeath. The fort that I'm slowly making prettier. And that's about it. Longdeath is a fortress that we are trying to keep alive for 1,000 years. Currently, it is 388 years old. And it is a big-ass hole in the ground. Meaning the fortress is 383 years old. We have 39 dwarves in the fort total. 47, including temporary citizens. Although I guess all citizens are temporary. This is the top of the fort, although the bees are up here. This is the upper tavern. The temple in the center is the colorful thing. Outer tavern. We got the library on the left. King's dining room on the right. King's throne room on the top. Red thing in the middle is a lava tube that goes all the way down to the center of the world. This is the outer walls and the upper pit. The unicorn farm. The cow farm in the bottom left. The cougar farm in the middle. The trap wall down there just in case something bad does happen, which hasn't happened in hundreds of years, so we should be fine. The upper walkways. What's this? Blanking my brain. The butcher's area where we butcher animals and make leathers. Kitchens. The main walkway layer, which is still getting more colorful. And then down here, which is the storage for random junk. This is where we put the bodies as they pass away, which is always very sad, as well as the bajillions of statues that I have. The maze that I made when I was bored. This. If you want to, well, you'll never find clips because Catsplosion was a thing that you had to mod into the game. A Catsplosion was basically just when cats would breed faster than you could slaughter them, and it was basically a typo in the code for the game, which got fixed a long time ago. But if you want to get clips, go to the figure out what version it was. I can't remember, but someone could look it up for you. Figure out what version it was that had that bug, and go download the old version because they're all still up, and you can download all of the old versions. And if they're not still up and they don't work, email Tarn and ask, and he'll send you a working link. Down here is what's going to be an obsidian printer, which we're getting there. We're getting close. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel in this thing, which is good. Down here is the our metal storage and our bars and ores, the magma forges. As we go further down is the eventual magma reservoir down underneath the second cavern layer, which is, this. And then they drain for the tower in case I need to drain it. And the eventual magma sea. The current named dwarves in the fortress are Pilot, Axon, Quavenir, Letharticus, Lilimkatsu, Anthony, Banana, Navy, the Scoid, Malden, Mar, Marfry, Krabicus, Athros, Space Pirate, Diamond Destruct, Anonymo, Massive, Volleyball, Reinhardt, Tygo, Thon Caribou, Zindros, Stone, Blue Space Weave, Arch, Dragon, Mari, Paranoid Metroid, Zatsuki, Do It, Tele B, Jimmy, Tibby, Cryvon, Merc, Elamino, Red Octobear, Hoshan, Huckassi, Bloodcat 17, Wogarden, and of course, Whitcode. No, that was not a bug. That is a urban legend / myth. There was one person who made a mod called Thermonuclear Catsplosion, where they heated up cat's blood hotter than lava. And essentially, if they took any damage, they would explode. And but in the original version of the mod, they didn't set it so that their skin... They basically made their skin not flammable in the later version, which is where you'd get what you're talking about. However, in the original version of that mod, cats would just breed and catch fire spontaneously all the time. So there would just be, like, exploding cats everywhere. So... It's a very old mod, and it just confuses people when people talk about it, so I try to, like, not bring it up, because it's one of those things where people are like, does that still work? It's like, well, it was never a thing, really. It was a bug plus mod. Yeah, you're 142 years old. Apparently you want to practice some martial arts. So you know what? Pilot, at the old age of 132, I think it's time that you join the military. How's that sound? 142. So, it was a mod, not a bug. It was a mod for a bug, actually. A bug combined with a mod. That blew up and became a cultural icon. What could go wrong? Absolutely nothing, because you're a very, like, mentally stable dwarf, it seems. But yes, I mean, I followed Dwarf Fortress back in those days, and yes, it was hilarious back then. Now it just confuses people because, like, an unfortunately humongous portion of the Dwarf Fortress player base thinks that it's still actively a thing. And they're like, be careful about cat explosions. It's like, but, like, that hasn't been a thing in the game for, like, half a decade. Like, stop it. More than that, even. 7 years. Scrolling up a little bit. You think due to the internet and English knowledge, you're culturally closer to the US than your neighbor? You're not sure if that's bad, though? The only influence from your country that you feel in your character is daily residual... is light residual homophobia. I mean, for whatever it's worth, Tygo, you come to Vancouver, like, every third crosswalk's a fucking rainbow. So... Okay, if you ever get out of Ukraine, once this shit's over, if you ever show up in Vancouver, just wander around and it'll cure that real quick. Because the only people who feel that way leave real fast. Nothing breeds that fast, though. That's the thing. It's a meme that the Twitch audiences aren't in on that they don't realize is a meme. That's the problem. We're just putting shit away right now, it looks like. I mean, any animal can get out of hand, but that's not a cat explosion. Like, the difference between, like, an animal getting out of hand and breeding too quickly is just like, oh, okay, I need to hit Z and, like, slaughter, like, a dozen of these. Versus what a cat explosion was, which was literally just... it would fill the screen instantly. Like, that, a cat explosion was so intense that it would fill the screen instantly, and your frame rate would go down to because you'd have 3,000 units on the screen. So, no, like none of those are even comparable. Like, I try not to refer to them as the same thing because they're not. Because, like, we start telling people that they're the same thing, but it just confuses people. I don't know. I'm very, like, careful with what I confirm as fact and accurate about DF because there's so much confusion. And I think one of the biggest hindrances to a lot of non-Dwarf Fortress players who could be Dwarf Fortress players' enjoyment of the game is misinformation. Because of how much of it there is. And there is so much of it. There's so much misinformation in Dwarf Fortress. It's kind of a shame. Because misinformation from... like about the difficulty of the game, to the depth of the game, to the complexity of the game, to the learning curve of the game, to bugs that aren't a concern anymore, just scares new players away. That's all it does. And that's not a benefit to anybody, especially people who play this game a lot. And for people like me, I'm just kind of tired of talking about it because it's not a fun topic anymore because it comes up twice a day. Which is kind of a buzzkill, I guess, for people wanting to talk about it, but it's like, I just want people to have accurate, up-to-date, current information on this game so people can enjoy it instead of just being confused by, like, variations of outdated information. Speaking of variations of outdated information, morning! You know, I did that too. I fell asleep late last night. I had trouble falling asleep last night. You haven't missed any news, so that's good. I had trouble falling asleep last night, and so I fell asleep pretty late last night. It was like 1 in the morning I finally fell asleep. And I woke up at 6:30 for some reason. I don't know why. I just woke up and was like, but I'm awake. Bleh. And then, like, yeah. So that was unpleasant. No, absolutely. But it's just like, there's a difference between talking about the hilarity of old bugs, like, hey, remember this? And saying, so I just had a, it's like, well, no, you didn't. You just mismanaged your dwarves. You know? It's just like people constantly talking about frame rate death in Dwarf Fortress. It's like, that's not a thing. Like, literally, unless, like, you are twiddling with the settings in a way that the game is not intended, where it presents warnings saying, hey, don't do this because you will break your computer. Or trying to embark on a population 10,000 goblin pit in adventure mode, which very few people do, and the people who do generally know that it's not going to run well. It just confuses people. Oh, I don't know. Anyway, don't let me, like, ruin your fun. Go ahead and continue talking about cat explosions. I've said my piece. But I hope the sleep you did get, Stone, was good. I hope it was good. But good day, Stone. Yeah, nobody talks about how great that bug was. Jeez. I think the difference is that bug in hindsight is just kind of disturbing, whereas cat explosions is hilarious. Like, it has a one has a much more publicly marketable and hilarious name, whereas the other one is like, ew, God, what? Because the Mount's AI for adventure mode made it so that babies would just steer their mothers into starving themselves to death. So babies would sap their mother's life force and cause them to die eventually, which was very distressing at the time, but kind of hilarious in hindsight. Yeah, because again, like, that was a not fun bug. People remember fun bugs. They don't remember not fun bugs. But I digress. Your trapped vampire who went crazy in a strange mood brought your FPS down to 11 and you had to wait for him to go crazy. That wasn't a fun bug? Well, I mean, if he's in a strange mood, he can't eat anybody. So. Also, why would he make your FPS drop once he went crazy? That doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry that happened. That sucks. Everything I know about the pathfinding in DF would have the opposite effect, but because I have a crazy vampire in this fort, and he just stands in one tile. Well, I guess he's chained, but this guy, Lauro. Well, I mean, like, if you've got a vampire and they're locked in their own space and they want to make an artifact, let them out so they can make the artifact. That's what I would do. But, oh, actually, I have a question. Were they in a room with a locked door? Or were they sealed off? Because if they're in a room with a locked door, that will fuck your frame rate. If you build a wall in front of that door, that will unfuck your frame rate immediately. Yeah, okay. So if they're locked behind a floodgate, they have the ability to pass to the thing that they're trying to get to. So, like, I have a fix for this. If they're locked behind a floodgate or a locked door or a drawbridge, they have a path, and they will try and pass through that thing, and that will cause lag, right? That will cause lag, perfectly normal. If you put a wall in front of it and seal it off, that will block all potential pathing. They'll have nowhere to go, and so they'll idle instead of trying to path and canceling repeatedly. So, like, I know some people who like to make, like, a room and put all the kids in the room and then seal them off and just drop food in until they're adults. I know some people who like to do that for some strange reason. It's kind of important for haunted forts, I guess, if you have an open door and you don't want the children running out and dying to zombies or whatever. That's like the only real logical reason to do it. But I had somebody who was doing this and complaining that the frame rate was terrible. I'm like, well, are they sealed in or is there a door? And they're like, oh, there's a door and they're locked in. I'm like, yeah, well, that's your problem. Because they're trying to path through. So the fix for that, like, if you have something that's stuck somewhere, speaking of frame rate, my frame rate is the best it's been in ages. Jeez, what the fuck happened? We're like almost back up to 60. Weird. Anyway, I'm used to this frame rate being at around 30 on this fort. This is odd. But anyway, a lot of stuff's getting put into bins, so I'm just letting them kind of put stuff away right now because I remade a bunch of my bins because I've started to disintegrate. Anyway, yeah, so like that's what you need to do. So if you want to seal something into a separate part of the fort by themselves, just build a wall in front of it, and that'll fix it. Hey, Star Legend, what's up? It's good to see you. But in regards to things getting stuck, wrecking your frame rate, the last 2 updates have made some major improvements to that. Previously, like if a dwarf got stuck in a tree, your frame rate would just go null, like immediately. But now if a dwarf gets stuck in a tree, it's fine and won't hurt your frame rate. The only time it'll hurt your frame rate is if that dwarf is in the military and then you send them off to go fight stuff and they can't get down from the tree. That's the only time that will hurt your frame rate. Whereas it used to completely demolish your frame rate entirely. Almost immediately. Oh no, did I miss? Shit. I missed a production order. Uh-oh. Never mind, we have an export violation. Shit. Good news about getting an export violation is they're only like 29 days. But I'm confused by this. Okay, no, never mind. That does make sense. All right, so I sold something I wasn't allowed to. What did I sell? I must have sold a pick. Something. Whoops. Was it 2 or 3 that you wanted? Question is, who is... Natsuki's captain of the guard right now is currently training you. How strong are you? You're very strong. Probably fine. I'm going to fly up to here. And I'm going to quickly place some chains up here. I don't know how many dwarves are getting the export violations, but I'm going to make extra prison cells in my tavern so that they can still get drinks and such. But it's only 30 days, so it's not so bad. It's only 30 days. Hell yeah, dude. Like start interrogating everybody. It's so much fun. Interrogating a bunch of dwarves is one of my favorite, like, Dwarf Fortress mini games, if you could call it that. Your last theft was witness, but you had no report in justice and nothing related to the theft. Do you have a captain of the guard and a dungeon master set up and prisons? Because you won't get any reports for any crimes if you don't have a dungeon master or a captain of the guard or a sheriff, depending on how big your fort is. If you get drinks in a tavern, you know, it's just like I remember being like 12 and my dad showing me pictures of the minimum security prison that was close to where I grew up. Like, not super close, but like driving distance, right? Like 20-minute drive or something. And it was like, had no fence, and every cell had a bed, like a full-size bed, like a normal person bed, a TV, an Xbox, and there was like a gym in the middle of it. And none of the cells had locks on the doors, and it was like maximum sentence 30 days or whatever. And it was a very, very small, light security prison. And I just remember seeing that and going like being a little kid, genuinely going, crime doesn't seem that bad. You don't have a dungeon master? Should you create a prison if you know how? You should always have a prison in Dwarf Fortress, because often putting tantruming dwarves that break stuff go to prison, and if they get this thought, repentant, which is really likely, it almost always fixes their stress. So, it's like, see, interested and repentant. This is like massively improving this dwarf's mental state right now. So going to prison for dwarves is actually kind of good. This one is humiliated, which is a mixed to negative mood. However, it's being offset by the fact that I've filled the prison up with splendid statues. But yeah, no, literally put a chain in a room, hit Q and set it to being used by justice, and then set up a captain of the guard. That's literally all you need to do. Like, see, I placed all these chains in here. I'm going to hit R, make a room, and then hit J to use by justice. That's now a prison cell, technically. So they'll just hang out in the tavern, and my tavern keeper will bring them drinks, and yeah. So this is me making up for the whoopsie on that production order. Also, if anybody wants to help the channel out, going over to your stream or to your channel page and typing in /host helps the Twitch algorithms tell people to recommend them to me on Twitch. That was a very fucked up sentence. It helps the recommendation algorithms. And today's a slow start to the stream, so anything helps. Where can you go for living? Where can you sign up for living in my prison? Subscribe to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL. It's $4.99 a month in your local equivalent, and it helps me pay for my breakfast burritos that I ate this morning, which I made on Sunday and put in the freezer, and then put in the microwave this morning and ate. Just a little bit of cheese, some roasted mushrooms, some fried garlic, some onion, and a little tortilla wrap. Oh, jeez. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay. Only 5 doors are actually going to prison. So, are we still chaining people up? Yes, we are. Tygo's getting chained up. Sorry, Tygo. Tygo, you're lucky though. You get chained up in the tavern, right next to Skoid. You are humiliated though. That's not good. Meanwhile, the Skoid, I think also... No, not chained up. You're just hanging out. Okay. You had Taco Bell for breakfast. I'm sorry for your... I'm sorry for your loss. I hope that your week hasn't been that bad. You know, true story. I've never had Taco Bell. Never will have Taco Bell. And I always... Whenever people say that they have Taco Bell, I act like they've just been to a funeral. It's kind of a running joke for me. I don't know why. Hey, sometimes you gotta eat last lunch's leftovers, you know? I guess that's like having cold pizza for breakfast. Banana is in prison. Levi. All right, I think that's everybody. But it's only only if your internal why did I almost say internal combustion engine? Only if your internal digestive system is malfunctioning. Amateur. I was reading about this the other day. It was because I stumbled upon another Kentucky Fried Chicken meme about explosive diarrhea, and I was just like, is that accurate? Why did because like I've never had this problem, and I actually did a little bit of reading, and it's just like if you have an unhealthy gut flora and malfunctioning digestive tract, yes, it'll cause explosive diarrhea or all of that. So if you drink coffee and poop 45 minutes later, eat more yogurt. Is the TLDR. How big was this embark? Just the 4x4. It's just the 4x4. I generally do the default or maybe one tile larger. I've never really found it to be too small. And if it acts up and it gets the Reapers. So you're saying that when your digestive system gets mad at you, you punish it more? All right, that's an interesting. I never thought of like fighting with violence against my own digestive system. Do you need a stockpile at the jail cell? I mean, if you want to. I like how you did 2 question marks, like you were like freaking out, and then corrected it with only 1 afterwards. Yeah, I mean, if you want to, you don't need to have stockpiles. Like they can be as fancy or as boring as you want. Like if you want to put a drink stockpile in every single jail cell and give them all like their own personal alcohol supply, you could do that, and the dwarves will thank you for it, but you don't need to. I do it sometimes. Usually I find just like a bunch of nice statues, and because prison sentences are never really that long, and dwarves only really need to eat and drink once per season. I think it's like 3 times for drinking, and they eat once. So it's not actually that big of a deal if they get water a couple times, as long as there's access to buckets and a water source somewhere, they'll be fine. Dwarves will bring them water. Also, the dwarves that like helping other people, like, so every now and again you'll see the little moodlet in a dwarf's head that says, I haven't helped somebody in a really long time. Bringing a dwarf who's in prison water is helping somebody. Just like so is tending to dwarves that are injured, that need a doctor, and all that stuff. That all counts as part of the helping moodlet. So if you have dwarves that want to help people, maybe it's a good thing to have dwarves in prison, because then like they get to help people. I mean, I'm sure it's probably more effective than laxatives. But yeah, it's like if you drink coffee and it makes you have to take a shit in an hour, like you need to eat more yogurt. That's just one of my favorite like random factoids about foodstuffs, I suppose. I repent. See, this is a dwarf that's in prison. This is the happiest that this dwarf has been in probably the last 2 years. Repentant after feeling confined, super positive thing. Feels pleasure after completely sublimed container, and feels satisfied remembering work. And feels pleasure near a fine restraint, because he's being restrained by a platinum chain. So, you know. And then Don Caribou down here, humiliated, but still really happy. And, how about Reinhardt? How are you? Repentant. No other thoughts, but repentant, so really good. What's a hammerer? A hammerer is a person with a hammer who beats the ever-living shit out of anybody who needs a beating. Because, like, there's different ranks, right? There's captain of the guard, there's sheriff, there's dungeon master, and there's hammerer. You often leave hammerer vacant. If you have a hammerer, then the hammerer does the beatings and the chainings of dwarves. But if you don't have a hammerer, then the captain of the guard does it. And what I do is I assign captain of the guard to a dwarf who, I try and find a dwarf who's sometimes cruel, and you want it to be the weakest dwarf in your fort, so that if they have to give a dwarf a beating, they don't kill them. So find somebody really weak, and don't equip them with a hammer, because that's up to the player. If you want to give them a hammer, you can give them a hammer. Don't give them any weapons. Don't let them have any weapons. Don't give them mining, and don't give them wood cutting. Because if you give them any of that, they'll have an axe, they'll have a pick, or they'll have a hammer. And they will go around and they will clock fuckers in the head. So be careful with that. But assign a captain of the guard, and just set it to, like, a young dwarf who's never been in the military, or a dwarf that doesn't do a lot of physical labor. Somebody who's really weak, who, and ideally is sometimes cruel, but that's optional. And then they'll just be really satisfied after chaining up people. They'll love their job, and they'll run around clocking people in the head occasionally. You could execute bad dwarves if you gave it to a legendary military dwarf, yes. Because they will go punch them once in the head, and it will cave their brain through their skull, and they'll be like, oh no, you're dead. Weird. And then run off to the next one and do it to the next one. So, yeah, you could. Also, if you have a king in your fort, and you commit crimes against dwarven society, like not making them a bed made of diamonds, or studded with diamonds, then they might order an execution, but that's very rare. It's only extreme cases get executions ordered in dwarven society, so keep that in mind. Yeah, I mean, like, at the end of the day, it's a video game. You can play it however you want, right? I don't do that sort of stuff, but, like, you at the end of the day, can do whatever the heck you want. It's a video game, and you can play it the way you wanna. But I will shame you if you, kill your nobles, because nobles are fun. Even the annoying one. There's a reason a dwarf won't seek medical help. Your hospital's fully stocked and your broker has been limping around for almost a year now. Maybe your hospital staff aren't skilled enough to fix him. Do you have all of your hospital jobs assigned? And do you actually have everything fully stocked? Because once a wound is healed, it's healed, right? Like, so think about it this way. You break your leg. You go to the hospital, you put a cast on, you get a crutch, and then you hobble around, and then you have a couple checkups, and then you take the cast off and you're good, right? You break a leg. You wait 6 months. You go to the hospital and they're like, well, it's partially healed in a fucked up way. You now just have a fucked up leg for the rest of your life. So if they didn't get to the hospital quick enough, it can heal badly and they're just crippled. So they might just be crippled. Or alternatively, your hospital wasn't as well stocked as you thought it was. Maybe they don't have casts. Maybe they don't have crutches. Right now we have soap, we have buckets, we have powder for casts, we have crutches, we have splints, we have cloth, and thread. So I didn't have powder for casts in this fort for a really long time because I just didn't think about it. And I recently imported a bunch, so I actually have it now. In fact, I think importing gypsum plaster is something I'm just going to do in forts now. Because I have a couple dwarves with healed broken limbs that are just fucked now. Yeah, so if you didn't have plaster for a while, it's pretty possible that you can just, like, have a dwarf with, like, a broken foot. And they'll just have a fucky foot for the rest of their life. And they'll get by. Like, after a little bit, they will be totally fine. Like, it's not a huge concern. But it is, like, that's just kind of how the game works, you know? Seems like Dung Caribou is the only one who's not enjoying their time in prison. So overall, I would say that these prison sentences have been a positive for this fortress so far. Tygo, okay. Tygo's not doing good. Sorry, Tygo. Banana's also miserable. Ooh, that's also bad. Okay, never mind. Of what? The injured dwarves that have healed wounds that are not ever healing stone? Pilot. Has a smashed apart finger, was in several cave-ins. His left ear's cartilage is fucked. And his chin whisker and his head hair. And his head hair. He's got like a big ass scar on his scalp, I guess, so his hair doesn't grow. His left ear's fucked up. And his first finger on his right hand is screwed up. Finished an essay analysis. What were you analysing? Please tell me the king is socializing with those in prison. Nah, socializing by himself in his dining room. How fitting. I think it was only the one whisker, was it not? An essay analysis on cover roses with sunflowers, driving home from sweet pods of roundness might get eaten by a goblin. Platinum coins are golden, while the gold flasks, no, it's flax. Well, gold flax contains liquid dollops of gravy. Help, kelp, whelp, yelp now. A vast orangish octopi. Strange eclipses, plague, moontime, raclet. Why should I... Going to work, lurk? Enjoy your work, lurk. Speaking of chat, you guys need to give us a reason to have a round of beers. We haven't had any reasons to have a round of beers today. Streamers gotta pay bills. They stretch. Ouch. It was about Raldvelad and the seasons of words I can't read. Okay, that sounds very fascinating. And also like things that I missed in history. No, that doesn't mean post round of beers. Yay! I don't know what mine is because I need to get one done. I'm due. Although, like most type 1 diabetics, I got worse. But massive improvement, and then it's correcting now. Like, yeah, that makes sense. Unscathed dwarves razors. I mean, Tarn on a very early DF talked about wanting to add the dwarven hairstylist job. Real sad that that's never made it into the game, because I think that would be a lovely addition. The tissue definition of tokens? Yes, actually, I have looked at this page before. Can't remember why. But yes, I have looked at that page of the wiki before. Ow. My neck has really wanted to crack for like 2 days. That's what I was doing. Well, I mean, a sponge is a very unique creature. I think I can say that pretty safely. But I hope that you scored well on that essay. Or I hope that you will score well. I don't know. I'm assuming you don't know your score yet if you only just finished it. Also, I understand your obsessive compulsive meme distribution posts. Not Stone. Krabicus, because of the ridiculous amount of memes you post. It makes a lot of sense because of the amount of school that you talk about. Like, I think that you do more school in like a month's time than I did in a year when I was doing schooling. Just based on the amount of stuff that you talk about having to do. Found your favorite bug, by the way, an old one. All primates have front and back legs with accompanying feet, no arms or hands, yet they have fingers somewhere. I think my favorite accompanying bug was canceled sleep due to depression. Like where dwarves would just like die from exhaustion because they would refuse to sleep because they were too depressed. Now they'll just fall asleep on the floor. Like they will like comatose themselves anywhere if they get too depressed. Like, they will just, like, walk, fall over and sleep if they're too depressed, instead of, like, canceling sleep because they're too depressed. So dwarves no longer cancel sleep due to depression, which I think is funny. Now they just pass out on the floor, which is, like, much more realistic. Yeah, no, the best bugs in Dwarf Fortress are the ones that aren't talked about enough, in my opinion. The one unfortunate thing about this really pretty floor is it's gonna get ruined once a year when it snows. Then we're gonna start working on this. Prettying up all of this. And my king wants a pick. I'm gonna go close my window. It was much warmer outside yesterday. I'm gonna go close my window. It's really in here. Wait a sec. Be right back. But yeah, the no context Dwarf Fortress patch notes Twitter account, very good. And also the Dwarf Fortress bugs Twitter account, also very good. There we go. Dwarves are getting unchained. And then they also get a secondary chance to get good. They then get a second chance to have positive moods when they get released. So, like, this dwarf did enjoy their time in prison, but is relieved after being released from confinement. So it's like a secondary positive mood. So, like, if you have good prisons in Dwarf Fortress and you set them up correctly and you do a good job on them, odds are pretty good you will end up with less tantrumy dwarves if you do it correctly. And, like, actually, you know, do a good job of setting it up and all that. So, just all the more reason to take care of your dwarves. There's an image of a cat claw and a human. Well, seems accurate. And by nails, were you thinking of, like, hammer and nail? Is that what you were looking for? Or when you say nails, were you looking for, like, a human nail, like a fingernail? Like, basically what I'm asking is, did you find what you were looking for? Because when you say nails, I was initially assuming that you were looking for, like, a hammer and nail and thinking, like, there's no nails in Dwarf Fortress. And now I'm thinking, like, what if we had hammers and nails? Like, what if we had, like, woodworking hammer? I think that then the elves would permanently try and go into, I think that the elves would, like, just remove themselves from the world before anything spawned out of sheer frustration. If the dwarves started putting nails into things. Although one of my biggest complaints and, like, most missed features in Dwarf Fortress that I think is going to just annoy me for all eternity is the lack of maple syrup. Like, we have dwarven syrup and maple trees, but I can't fucking tap a maple tree and make maple syrup. You got someone in custody? Congratulations, said nobody ever. I hope I hope it's going well for that dwarf's mental state. Also, thanks everybody for the hosts. A couple extra hosts. It gives us the lovely line, the civilized creatures may occasionally wear jewelry made out of nails, despite it being uncraftable in fortress mode. Yeah. And then they rot away and fall apart. Like, a few that I like, because we've gotten jewelry made out of, like, people parts and, like, nails and fingernails and stuff in this fortress as gifts, and I've given them away. The goblin hair crown. The elven hair crown of a goblin snatcher. Like, did the goblin snatcher make a crown out of elven hair? Because that's kind of cool. Process plants, process. Good stuff, good stuff. How old is Merc? 11. Okay. Little worried about dwarves finding partners again. We have to go reach out for more. You know, I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to request 2 workers. Very low number. 1, 2. Well, scroll a little further. You know, I kind of wonder about that dwarf that I expelled. Feb crowd steals. I'll ask for Feb and a Deucim. I kind of wonder about that. Uh-oh, I don't have a messenger. About that dwarf that I expelled. Whitcoat, you can be my messenger. It's an important job. That dwarf that I expelled due to the loyalty cascade, I wonder if I could invite them back. Because they were not a depressed dwarf. They were a good dwarf. It was Horimaru. You know what? Why not? Not. Whitcoat, thank you very much for being the first notification of money of the day. Big thank you. Chat, can I get a proper round of beers for Whitcoat gifting a sub to Reinhardt, who's one of the other dwarves in the fort currently, which is oddly convenient. Thank you much, dude. Where's that dwarf? There you are. This one. This was a dwarf that I expelled because they were partial causation of a loyalty cascade. So I'm curious to see if I can bring them back. Whitcoat's on this mission. Good luck, Whitcoat. You're going to go request 4 dwarves from local living space. Also, I hope that you like your new gig as messenger. Important mission, very important mission. Only streaming 3 days means I have to be slightly more pushy about money things, because I need to, like, the majority of the money I make doing this is from, like, spontaneous tips and whatnot. So I will just remind everybody, if you want me to be less pushy, I have a Patreon, which I'm slowly moving my income over to. As that goes up, I have higher stability every month, which means I don't need to be as whiny about Twitch money. So. You started to go off the Veiled Clasp and then canceled the job because you have too many other things to do, apparently. Yeah, we'll just let you run around for a little bit and see how long it takes for you to actually do it. I'm curious about, like, what your priorities are, because you keep, like, canceling it. Come on, Dwarfy. Meat is also important. I mean, keeping the unicorn population down is very important, can confirm. How you doing today, Whitcode? Hope things are good. I hope things are good. Oh yeah, another game I need to keep an eye on just released. Although I might... I need to double check this, but game that I'm interested in just released, which is actually another. It's weird. It's like someone asked me about point and click adventures yesterday, and now like 2 point and click adventures come out that I want to play. But this just released. I want to know how long it is, and I want to see reviews before I play it. But Chinatown Detective Agency. This reminds me of like a game that I used to play on DOS. That was like a detective or a DOS game and an old Apple game that I played, which were like detective games. But like I love this thing's aesthetic. So I'm gonna wait for reviews, but it looks fucking rad. So something else I want to play. Here's a link to it if anybody's interested. It's me or games every year more and on average better. What? It's me or games are every year more on average better. Oh, so are you saying that games are getting better every year? I think there's more games released every year, so there's higher odds of games being better. Plus, like, games are getting easier to make due to accessibility of engines and software to make games and availability of storefronts and variety of storefronts and all of that shit. I think it's just like the more available tools are, the more people use them. You know? And then like just like things like Game Maker and Unity. Busy news day? All right, what's going on? Something I need to know about or nah? Odds are pretty good the answer's nah, but... You know, Whitcode, I don't know how seriously you're taking your new job, but I think that you consider slaughtering animals that have been ordered to be slaughtered to be much higher on your priorities list than going out and requesting more dwarves, so we'll just wait. Also, I think I can remove all of those chains up in the tavern. Yep. But yeah, I think that there's just a lot of games released now, and I do think that, you know, video games have been around for quite some time now. The industry is maturing, and, you know, just like the general quality of YouTube content has gone up since the birth of YouTube, as the industry matures, the same goes for, you know, games. As the industry matures, the better stuff we'll get. I mean, yeah, there's also a lot of really bad games. Also, speaking of games, this looks really satisfying. Oh, I, mm, mm. Like, really satisfying. You just need to know where to look. But yeah, if you just go to like Steam and search by new, yes, it's hard to find games. You know where to look for games? It's not hard to find good games. You know, like just this morning, I stumbled upon this, which is Crab Mania, which is a Game Boy Advance style adventure game where you play as Krabby the Crab, and the whole point of the game is to find the greatest or find all the ingredients and make the world's greatest Reuben sandwich and eat it. There's a lot of good shit out there. You just need to know where to look. I don't know. Is this a game about you, Crab? Crabomania. Looks wonderful. You just need to know where to look. There's always good games out there. You also feel that the market has opened up more to games that are not voice acted, full of 3D photorealistic, etc., which drives up dev costs? Well, yes and no. I mean, the mainstream games industry is very much that, right? But just like Hollywood is very much that. But we live in a world where, yes, Michael Bay movies exist. Yes, Marvel movies exist. Yes, Star Wars movies exist. Yes, those movies with like astronomically, disgustingly huge marketing budgets and production budgets exist. But for every single one of those movies that exist, there's lifetimes worth of YouTube content released every day. There is years worth of low-budget indie documentaries exist. Like so many low-budget, like small films and things that show up just on streaming exclusive. I'll screenshot stuff for you. You have a good continual snooze, Stone. Low-budget things exist on streaming services. Like I do genuinely think that yes, like a large majority of the industry is that way, but because so much of the industry is that way, it makes space for the independent and the small and the niche to fill in the cracks, right? It's like saying that every single Twitch channel has 40,000 people watching and is streaming Fortnite. Sure, there's probably 2 or 3 of those right now. And yes, there's probably another 15,000 channels right now streaming Fortnite. But that market existing means that the audience and the platform is big enough that I can exist, right? With, 42 people watching, which is a slow day for me, right? Like yesterday at this time we had like 70, right? So it's like that's just how the market works. The busier it is and the densest high budget part of it, the more that can exist around it. And yeah, it also leads to oversaturation and difficulty growing and difficulty getting noticed, and that can be negative, but it also means that the wider and the bigger and the crazier the high budget of the industry is, the quietly bigger the independent and the small gets. Like itch.io raised like $6 million to support Ukraine, and that's like the little independent tiny storefront that doesn't make a huge amount of money and is all about like the developer and being as fair to its audience as possible, right? Like that platform exists. I don't think that itch.io would be able to exist if it wasn't for the gargantuan insanity that is like the scale of Epic Games and Riot and all of these other like Tencent and THQ Nordic and EA Games and Embracer Group and all of these massive corporations that run huge swaths of the industry, Take-Two Interactive and all that. Like, I don't think itch.io would exist without them. Why is that, Machine Overlord? I mean, I'm often the only Dwarf Fortress streamer. Usually at this time, it's usually just me. Sometimes the 24/7 bots are on, but they've both been down for a few days. There's a few smaller channels that pop up around noon to 2 p.m. my time. A couple hobbyist channels, a few other up-and-coming channels, as well as a couple people play at night sometimes, so... Yeah, I don't know what you're on about with the Fontasculants. What do you mean? Sure, but I don't know what you mean by I'm surprised at the dedication of the ASCII font limits. Wait, what do you mean? what limitation? Like, what do you mean by limits and dedication? Are you saying, like, you're surprised that the developers are dedicated to it? I mean, being ASCII just means that you have more options. Perfectly good example, actually, is there's a talk at the roguelike celebration from a couple of years ago, back when they happened in person. I want to say it was 2018, when they're talking about enemy generation and development. And they cite an example, which was, at the time, Fortnite had, and this was Fortnite Save the World that they were referencing, the like tower defense Fortnite thing. That game at the time had 12 enemy types and 4 buildable turrets. So 4 things that you can build, several different wall types, and 14 enemies. Default ultimate ADOM, not including modifiers, has about 600 enemy types. Because the difference between making an enemy type for Fortnite and an enemy type for ADOM is a letter that is a color. Fortnite, that with stats attached to it and attributes and properties. While Fortnite requires animation, significantly more complicated pathing, significantly more complicated AI. If anything, boiling something down to its minimal possible parts expands your options and abilities to create a more varied and interesting product, because you're not required to fit within the constraints of visuals. So, like, just as an example, there is nothing in AAA games that will ever come close to having the same kind of depth and mechanics as NetHack. It's just not gonna happen. And NetHack has the ability to do that because it's ASCII. You feel better? You guess you'll just say screw it and watch the whole stream through the night. Do what you gotta do, man. Take care of yourself. Like, that's... Taking care of your head is the most important thing that you can do. Because when all this shit's over, Tygo, and it will be over eventually, when it's over, you still need to be sane enough to help rebuild. Making bacon, what up? It's good to see you. 12 enemies. You need to add more. Well, it's like, I remember reading a thing. It's like, Bloodborne has like 20-something enemy types. Bloodborne. And that's considered to be a lot. Not counting bosses, but like just generic enemy types. It has like just over 20. Caves of Cud has hundreds. Like it shows you the scale pretty quickly. Like, look at how many different types of creatures are in Dwarf Fortress, not counting the randomly generated ones. You wouldn't be able to do that in Horizon Zero Dawn because every single polygon is hand placed in that. I mean, like, there's something that you get out of graphics that you will never get from a game like this. But you can do stuff with this that you'll also never be able to do with games with super hyper detailed graphics. It's interesting, like, how the job priorities work on the messengers. Maybe from hauling as well. That is disturbing. That is a UX bug, actually. How's my stream quality in 2 seconds? I don't know how far ahead you are, but sorry for dragging it back to the offhand remark, but when you're asking about most of your classmates how much they sleep, the answer is usually somewhere over 5-6 hours on a good day, 7.5 from minimum, but 8 is the minimum for adults and 10 hours for teenagers, according to doctors. So you're at the point where you're becoming an adult, and the situation was same even for 9th grade, and that point still stands. That is disturbing. Like, that is like lacking enough sleep that you'll do damage to yourself. All right, so you sent Wintcoat off for the very important mission. You finally left? Yeah, it only took you like 3 weeks. You were ordered to go do your job, and you're like, sure, after I finish like all of these tasks that I don't need to right now. Meanwhile, Athros is still binding books, and my mayor has a demand. You want a billion thrown in your dining room. Athros, you're my bookbinder. Congrats. Yeah, I'm looking forward to messing around with New Songs of 6 update. What did he say? Was it throne or table? Oh, I forgot. Throne. Yeah, you've become my bookbinder, and you're binding them all with lead books, with lead book covers. So we have so much lead, and my books. I realize that my quires that have writings on them are starting to decay. So we need to bind them so that they don't decay. Because once they're bound, they're considered a metal object, and they stop decaying. Unless like you bind them in wood. I don't know why you do that. Since they usually march in lockstep about the wonders, usually close to useless bullshit of education. Are you intending on like trying to do something about that in your career going forward, or is that just something that you're gonna vote against with all of your voting power for the rest of your life, Abacus? Because I keep voting for the person that wants to mandate 4-day work week and 3-day school week for kids, and make homework illegal. Like that's what Canada's trying to do. Well, we'll see if we pull it off. But I completely agree. Only took 20 minutes. Only took 4 weeks in game. You know, like that. I wonder actually. Well, it doesn't say you're traveling. Well, you came back, apparently. Doesn't look like anybody came back with you. No, nobody did. All right, well, we gotta send you out again. Sometimes it just doesn't work. Like, it's one of the... Like, asking people to come back to the fort is one of the... Or come join the fort is one of the weirdest... Interesting. Huh. Okay. Wonder if that dwarf died somewhere off screen. Request these two. Send Whitcut out on that. To go bring in more people. Started the game yesterday. Oh, damn. Well, I mean, yeah, that's like the first 3 to 4 hours of learning Dwarf Fortresses. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Oh god, what is that? That's a very exciting portion of learning how to play Dwarf Fortress is the, oh god, what is that? You see a capital D and you freak out. Okay, it's fine. It's just a donkey. No need to panic. And then you see a flashing capital D and you're like, oh god, what is that? Turns out it's a giant four-eyed winged donkey that's breathing fire, and now you're screaming. Then you see a you and you're like, oh no, is it me? And you're like, no, it's just a human. Okay, fine. You're certain that given enough time, you can convince anyone that the current system is bad enough that having one or starting over is a better choice? Wouldn't surprise me. All right, Kawa, what's up? Am I saying your name correctly? Because it looks like Erica, but with like an A, so it's like Arika? Arikawa? I don't know. I always like double check that. You need one of those? So, well, so step 1, acquire a donkey, little Osan. Step 2, feed donkey hot peppers. Step 3, lighter. Step 3, profit. Batter, step 1, donkey. Step 2, give donkey kerosene. Step 3, lighter. Step 4, prison for animal abuse. Step 5, question mark. Damn, you came back quickly. Literally left and instantly came back. But you brought with you a new arrival? Population went up by 1. Yeah, we got one. Okay, so we got a single new merchant who's crafting a masterwork someday and presents himself modestly, is married, and she hasn't shown up yet. Tell you to leave. Mechanics. Weaving. Leatherworking. Going to give you plant processing as well. And tanning. Anything else? No? Unhappy days. Send you back to Veiled class because I need you to bring your wife, Dwarf. You're useless to me unless you can have children. Let's go to this fortress. I just kind of want to get out ahead of this before it becomes a problem. Okay, we will request those. Send WIT code back out. I've never played Cyberpunk, so I wouldn't know if somebody was named after a Cyberpunk corporation. You don't use the ASCII graphics, however, it's still quite a... No, it doesn't matter, like, how you... Like, honestly, this is something that people don't understand and will never understand. There is absolute... Wait, what? There is absolutely no difference playing Dwarf Fortress, ASCII, or graphics, right? It's just as difficult to learn and figure out what the fuck you're looking at if you're using graphics or if you're not using graphics. The game moves quickly and you're gonna have to stop and stare at things regardless. The difference between like using ASCII and not using ASCII is if you're using ASCII, you might need to also hit K and then select it. That's like the only difference. So it's tricky and takes time regardless. Also, there's 2 conversations going on, so I'm trying to get caught up. I still understand why your country would not let potential soldiers out, but the idea of forcing someone like you seems a bit marginal. If I wouldn't draft myself, not because it's me, but because you just don't want someone who's afraid of dogs, scared of balloons popping, and is unable to slowly ascend more than 3 flights of stairs without panting. Okay, for the idea of military draft, but there is many logistical positions in the military nowhere near the front lines that and they rarely see combat, and that's the only... Technically a rocket. It just doesn't require fitness, but can go boom extremely quickly. You know, I don't want to like sound like a complete and total downer or anything, but if you get drafted into the military and you're gonna die, you want to go boom quickly. You don't want to, like, get shot in the leg and slowly bleed out. So, for whatever that's worth. That's just my alternate. Like, if I got drafted into any kind of military position, I'd want to be in the position that hangs out far away from combat, fires things off, and then if I'm gonna go, it's over quickly. Like, that's what you want. That's optimal. You don't want to be the one that gets captured. Like we were talking about back when all this stuff started, it's like, if nuclear war breaks out and your city gets hit, it's okay. It's not your problem anymore. You don't have to worry about it. Also, if you ever see RNG Strategist streaming, go talk to him about artillery because he did that. Multiple tours. Now we just wait for code to come back again. Gonna keep sending them out. But you brought back one person once. We've sent you out 3 times. You brought back one person once, and I sent them away because they didn't bring their wife. So, unfortunately, they're useless to me unless they're either single and can get married, or B, not married and didn't bring their partner. Because if they didn't bring their partner, then they can't have kids, and I need the dwarves to have kids. Oh. You're back. You brought this person who's married and brought their partner. Huzzah! Okay. That's good. Okay, sweet. We're good. What do you want? Mastering a skill, tries to do things correctly. What do you like? Topaz, Wormtooth, Snapping Turtle, Shell, Leggings, Ducks. For anybody who doesn't know what's going on, because this fortress is hundreds of years old, there is a memory issue / design mistake in this game where you stop getting migrants after a while. So in order to keep your population healthy, you have to request merchants, and they're not properly usable characters. They're only partial usable dwarves. So you have to wait for them to have kids to actually have full fortress citizens again. They're technically like permanent visitors. So they can't join the military, and there's certain tasks they can't do. It's like the movie The Hurt Locker, Taiga, where he's just like, if I'm gonna die comfy. God damn. Because he's just like in a car bomb, like defusing a car bomb, and he just gets out and takes off the whole bomb defusal suit, and they're just like, what are you doing? He goes, if this thing goes off and I'm in this suit, I'll just be maimed for the rest of my life. So I'd rather die comfy. Which is a very distressing line, but very true. Sorry to like try and bring light to a shitty situation, but trying to be helpful. If I got drafted, you'd think that they'd put you in a trail in the front line. High school youth might join the military if they'd had let you drive a tank or fly a plane, but they wanted you to be... Instead, they wanted you to be a linguist or some other intelligence logistics thing. I mean, that's how you make the monies, though. It is deliberate, which is why I call it a design misconception. Because it existed to stop people from allowing more than 3,000 dwarves in their fort. And this was back when Tarn assumed that it would be possible for there to be 3,000 dwarves in the fort. So it was like a it's a hard population cap thing. But because it also is attributed to deaths, that was a design mistake. Because Tarn's like, oh, I need to remove that. When I was talking to him about it. Like steel, opal, coffee, wood, hedgehog, bone, fabric, and geese for their formation flying. So you like fabric. Weaving and clothing. Let's also give you paper making, bookbinding, leatherworking. We'll give you furnace operating, the 2 healthcare gigs, and stone detailing. That's a good one. You get anybody else, or just the 2? Got therapy in a few and just wanted to say hi. Well, thank you for tuning into my therapy session. Hope you're doing all right, Lycon. Hope you're all prepped for that therapy. Hope it goes smooth. And I wish you a productive session. Since even if you go to university, you can still be called to service even after you finish it. That's fucked up. But you're technically certified in that? Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, if to be completely blunt with you, Tygo, if you get winded by running up 2 flights of stairs, there ain't no way in hell they put you on the front lines because you would slow people down. So even if you do get drafted to fight Russia, odds are pretty good you'd be in some sort of a logistical back-end position, or like you said, in artillery. But if you end up in an artillery position, you gotta like keep your phone on airplane mode and take some nice videos and for TikTok and sync them with like a good like lo-fi beats of the artillery's going off, because I've been watching those and they've been good and entertaining. Big fan. Just keep that airplane mode on, please. You had a rough parenting day, so you have plenty to talk about. Oy vey. With your therapist, not with Twitch chat. I mean, you can. I'm not really one for parenting advice. You get winded by running up 2 flights of stairs, but you can squat 140 kilograms 5 times. You can squat me times 4? Wait, actually, how much do I weigh in kilos? I think I'm about 60? Last I checked, I was like just under 60 kilos. So yeah, you can squat 3 1/4 of me. Jesus Christ, dude. I remember there was this point when me and my older sister were still in sports, when my older sister could bench press 3 of me. She was just like, yeah, it's like, wait, how much are you benching? And it's like, then she looks at me and goes, hey, wait, how much do you weigh? This is always kind of a funny conversation. There is actually a picture somewhere in one of my parents' photo albums of me planking as stiffly as possible, my older sister bench pressing me on the ground. Like, literally lifting me like this. Or I guess like, I'll tell you this, Tygo. Death is inevitable. You know, like, everything tells you to fear death. We're all fucking fragile, right? We all gonna die. Like, that's just fact. There's no getting around that. So don't let that be a deterrent or something that scares you. It's just, I know it's nihilistic and scary to say that, but it's just, I think that one of the things that bothers me the most about our society is this fear of death. That just completely perplexes me. I was gonna say 81% of you. I think that you're confusing kilos and pounds, dude. Yes, I mean 250. See, this is why it's better to do your weight in kilos, Psychon, because it makes you feel less heavy. You know, like me in pounds, I'm about 145 pounds ish on a good day. On a bad day, I'm 139. And I'm about like 56 to 60 kilos. So it's like, I mean, you want to go even more intense and you just tell yourself your weight in stone, or even better. This is obviously the best measurement. Because approximately I weigh 529 1.1 bananas. So you would be approximately 944.984 bananas. I want to know how many bananas they weighed to make this website. Hey, you know, we all need goals to work towards. Right? Bananaforscale.info. Fantastic website. Also, that link is fucked. Anyway, it'll still work if you click it. You'll just have to reset the mass scale. Yeah, I mean that is the frustration. That is actually like the legitimate frustration is the I want to be satisfied with what I've done, right? I keep on wanting to just like get that false hope slash yeah, I kind of just I really want to be able to develop that hope that it's like, oh, we're like at the end of this conflict, like this shit's gonna end soon, but I don't know if I believe that. It's like I have seen some people saying it's like maybe like we're getting close to the end of the worst of it, but for some reason I doubt that. I mean, some people are just big people. You're 511 4.4 464 bananas. Oh well, that's wonderful. No, I'm talking about the moon and the Earth-Mars conflict in the Expanse. What else do you think I'm talking about? I mean, I guess I could be talking about like. Could also be talking about Syria. It could be Palestine. That weighs 1,150 plus bananas. Maybe you should tell them how much they weigh in bananas, and that'll be inspiration to lower that number. It's time to start eating bananas so that you weigh less. That's how that works, right? Because if you consume the bananas that you're using for scale, then it's a problem that solves itself. How about the moon Mars conflict? Last night maybe this was why I was up too late last night. I started rewatching The Expanse, so such a fucking good show. You know, from the perspective of a content creator, I just want to say something that I think is strange to me. Are you headed to bed, Krabicus? You have a good night. Take care of yourself. Actually get some sleep, dude. This is really interesting to me. There's been a number of armed conflicts in the time that I've created stuff on the internet. And I've always tried to talk about them. Every single conflict in the time, like the 9 years that I've been streaming, that I've talked about, I've been bombarded and obliterated by Twitch chat for talking about it. Like, we don't want to talk about that. Fuck that. Why do we talk about that? We shouldn't talk about that. Come on, that's a bad, just don't fucking talk. We don't want to talk about that. Like, doesn't matter what the conflict is. Doesn't matter where it is. Doesn't matter who's fighting. Doesn't matter why it's happening. If I talk about it, I would just get driven into the dirt for talking about it. Except for this one. And I've always tried to talk, and I've done fundraisers for other ones. And I've promoted other fundraisers for other ones, and like, tried to do my best to help. Because, fuck war. But like, it's like fuck cancer. But like, this is the first time that I haven't been like, punished by my own community for talking about a conflict, and I don't fully understand why that is. Which is weird to me. That's maybe the weirdest thing and the creepiest thing about this whole thing, to me. Also, the humans are bringing their annual, tributes to Longdeath, meaning the fortress is now 389 years old. Or year 389. Fortress is 384. One last thing about the gym. It isn't leg day if attempted murder isn't involved. What? Who's attempting the murder? Are you attempting to murder somebody with your legs, or are your legs attempting to murder you? Or is somebody attempting to murder you for not participating in leg day? like, I used to go to a gym quite frequently, and leg day was Wednesday, and murder was never, attempted murder was never involved. The gym, bro, by overloading your bar. Don't let other fuckers load your bar, then. Load your own bar. What kind of gym do you go to? Do you go to a gym where people, like, acknowledge each other's existence? Because every single gym I've ever been to in my entire life, people are just like, another human? Go over here. You stay far away. That's been my gym experience. People do their best impression of, oh God, I'm allergic to you. And then the pandemic accelerated that. My gym that I use, though, is in my building, which hasn't been open since the pandemic happened. And that gym, I would like peek out my window until there was nobody in there and the lights were off, and then I'd go do my 30-minute workout and come back over here. But fair enough. What's Norco? Norco's a video game that I started playing through last night, and I want to finish today. Because apparently it's about 6 hours long, and we're about 3 hours in. But it's this. It's a adventure point-and-click dystopian near/future question mark because there's robots. But it's a Midwestern noir. They call it a Midwestern noir goth tale. Very psychedelic, super dark and grim, but incredibly dense and great writing. And I like reading on streams. It's a lot of reading, but it's on Game Pass, so I'm playing it over there. I've seen it referred to as Disco Elysium in the Midwest US instead of, and also not a CRPG. It's an adventure game, point-and-click adventure. And the thing that like pushed me over the edge to want to play it is the soundtrack is by a band called Thou, which is a sludge/black metal band from Louisiana, who I'm a big fan of. So I like that kind of pushed me over the edge to play it. So it's been a fun mystery thing so far. A lot of it hits real close to home, and the writing is very good. So I just like weird games. That's what we do here. A lot of weird shit. Hard to stream though, because it is very dialogue heavy, and very dialogue heavy game, hard to stream, you know? Yeah. Because people are like, dialogue, streamer just reading, I'm gonna go do something else. And then streamer goes, sad face, nobody watches me, but it is what it is. It is what it is, and we do our best. But we'll be playing that like later tonight. Peaceful Advanced Canada? Wait, so I live in Peaceful Advanced Canada, which means people are scared of each other in the gym? I mean, I think also just the gym that I went to was big enough, and I went in far off enough from the normal hours that I generally just went to an empty gym when I did go to the gym. Because when I was going to the gym, I would go like Wednesday mornings at like 5 in the morning. Like it was super early in the day and super off hours. So. Oh, that dude was carrying a horse in a lead cage. That's impressive. I'm gonna go top off my coffee. 2 seconds. I brewed way too much coffee this morning because I was absent-mindedly brewing coffee and not paying attention. And I use a pour-over, so I just poured too much water on it. So I have like an extra cup and a half of coffee for today, which is fine because I only got 6 hours of sleep last night. So sleepy streamer brews too much coffee. Anyway, back in a sec. I return with my whoopsie bonus cup of coffee. All right. Someone got into an argument. Oh no, they're not angry though. That's good. And the elves have arrived to trade. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. While the dwarves continue to put stuff into bins. We're going to do so much trading. Let's make 300 rock crafts. Out of, you know, just any rock crafts. Those are going to be for the humans and the dwarves when they come to trade. Request trader. Does Loom automatically put on a task to make cloths? By default, yes. The way you change that is you hit O, which is the orders screen. This is like the automatic repeating job orders that just happen naturally screen. You hit this, and then you go to workshop orders, which is capital W, and by default, it's set to auto loom all thread. You can set it to no auto loom by hitting L, or you can set it to looming auto looming only dyed thread if you want to be fancy, or you can just have auto loom all thread. You can set all of the different parameters with clothing there. Like, basically, if you want to have a surplus of thread for some reason, you can do this. But this is one of those things where it's just like, if you don't do this, you'll just have like, especially if you have access to the caverns, you'll just have like 70,000 giant cave spider silk thread just like hanging around in your stockpiles. So you might as well do something with it. That sounds like a lot. That website's fun. That website puts a smile on people's face. So I like to take advantage of it to like point people at it and be like, yo, this game makes people happy. Or this website makes people happy. Like generally height and bananas is more fun than weight and bananas because it's just like, how tall am I? Well, I'm banana for, hold on, I gotta go back to banana for scale.info. I am, let's just go into, I'm under mass. Gotta go to length. Let's go to height. I am, apparently that, okay, so I'm approximately 10.274 bananas tall. So, you know, like that is fun. I like the height in bananas and banana for scale.info. It's one of my favorite discoveries on useless bullshit internet websites. It's right up there with this one, which is isitchristmasyet.com, which is not the one that I thought it was. I think it's actually isitchristmas.com. Is it christmas.com? I think. Yes. So this is my one of my favorite useless websites that exists for a reason, which is it Christmas? No. It is not Christmas. On Christmas Day, it does say yes, and we, French. Or the equally useless is my computer on.com, which just has said yes every single time I've always checked it. I do check occasionally, and it still just says yes. So, well, it was even funnier because I checked for my friend's computer, and I was asking if my computer was on, and it still said yes, even though my computer was not on. So I just wanted to say that it was wrong once. Weight is bigger number, hence more fun. It depends. I don't know. Some people don't like to think of their weight as a large number, but, you know, it is what it is. Still fun. Still dumb. They're a legit radioactivity unit. Yeah, they'll set off your radioactivity counter. Yes, this is true. There was a vendor that I used to see sometimes at local games conventions and the anime conventions that my ex used to make me go to. And they are here to. And he would sell like various antiques, generally. And there was one time he got kicked out because like he had to remove a portion of his stall because he had a bunch of old clocks that were so radioactive, it was considered unsafe. Because he had like a little radioactivity counter, and it was like just looking at his own stuff. He's like, oh yeah, I just like hovered over this and like security was close by. And they were like, wait, how high was that? And they went and looked it up. They were like, you have to go. Like your stall is a danger to the people around here. So they made him like take a bunch of the clocks and like put it in his van because he had like clocks that were too radioactive. It was apparently from like the paint that they used or something. Cougar, a badger, what is that? A unicorn. Another unicorn. Oh no, they didn't. Okay, they didn't bring a breeding pair of unicorns. I've never actually seen them bring me a breeding pair of unicorns. I do have a breeding pair of emu though. Emus lay eggs. Hello. We're gonna be eating emu eggs, friends. And making baby emus. Hello, animal. Why did that one work? What? I don't even fucking know. You can just keep, whatever. Just, animal, can we just have a gentleman's agreement that you don't use your sound command? Because you know that you're not paying for it, and I don't know why that works. It's disabled. I could go disable it again, but I don't know why it keeps re-enabling itself. Maybe it's when I restart the bot. You know, that must be it. I'll disable it again, but like, can we just like make a deal that you stop using it? I mean, if you want to refund your biddies, you got to take that up with Twitch. Good luck with that. You love the old radioactive camera lens? Yeah. Just not so healthy. I mean, there's lots of things we have in current life that are not so healthy that we love and take for granted. I mean, like, just remember, like, all of your computer monitors are trying to kill you. I think restarting my bot re-enables all disabled commands. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm still learning how this bot works. Because I did restart my computer last night, so. But I don't know. And that didn't work yesterday when you used it, so. But yeah, gentleman's agreement. Please don't use that. Anyway, how you doing today, animal? Unless you want to, you know, give me more money, in which case then you can. Wait, that's your pro. How are monitors killing you today? Well, they're trying to kill the back of your eyes with blue light, for one thing, which does corrode away the back of your eye socket. For one thing. They're also toxic, but you're also like not eating your monitors very frequently, so I think that's fine. Most paint is toxic, so it's like what's it called? The materials used to make monitors in liquid form, if poured on your skin, is corrosive. Yeah, your monitors are trying to kill you. Basically, most electronic devices are trying to kill you at all times. And it's just kind of part of the world that we've built for ourselves. Uh-oh. So, which one is your bedroom, Taylor? To find Taylor's bedroom, because I've most likely made that. There it is. A chair or throne. This one, right? Double checking. Yep, alright. Just gotta wait for them to put it in there. I mean, Amazon's probably trying to kill us, and most people have, what's it called? Alexas in their house. You know what blue light also does? Leaves permanent, like, marks on your skin after enough time. And no, it's a filter, and no filter is perfect. I mean, you could blindfold yourself and use a monitor. That would protect your eyes. I mean, it's also like saying salt is dangerous. If you eat too much of it, you die. But so's water, by that logic. But, you know, everything is trying to kill you. It's just varying degrees of effectiveness. I'm kind of like joking around at this point, Claire. Yes, it's safe to use your computer monitors. I mean, there's also like lead solder on like everything if you want to like really get down to it. Also, electricity is trying to contain you, and there's enough electricity in your phone to kill you. There's also that. Yes, water poisoning is distressing. But you know it's not distressing. IR Stupid's wonderful presence. How are you doing? Good to see you. You've been well. Since yesterday, you know. I don't know if oxygen... Well, I guess pure oxygen would kill you. Look at that. I don't know if oxygen is trying to kill you. It's the stuff in the oxygen that's trying to kill you, but... Non-diluted pure oxygen is trying to kill you. Yeah. Hamsters are trying to kill me because they're always constantly daring me to have a drinking contest, which I know I will lose. Made this throne of villain that my mayor wants. Good to hear, Irish Stupid. Welcome to the last major scheduled stream of the week before I go on to my podcasting day and then YouTube editing days over the weekend. Your dad's in his 60s and he's still a big kid when there are when there are chemical reactions to play with. He was a chemical engineer as a kid, and he got some dry ice delivered into the house the other day to keep he got some dry ice delivered to the house to keep a delivery cold. Really? That's fun. Sounds like your dad's got some fun hobbies. That's like my dad, and he's just like he's like, you know, in his 60s, and he's just like, batteries? Gets really excited when people start talking about electric vehicles, and he just wants to learn everything about them. Or like there's like 4 things that'll get my dad talking: radios, batteries, or any kind of automation, robots, programming robots, designing robots. Dry ice is pretty fun. Yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff you can do with dry ice. It's always fun how like hobbyist stuff is the one that kills you, Tygo. It's like you can get really, really safe paint, right? But like all of the paint that my friends use to like paint their Warhammer figures or Gundams, it's just like the most vile, toxic shit. My dad looked like he was getting ready to commit homicide when I told him that I got to visit a Tesla factory because he didn't get to come with me. And it was just like, okay, so when do I get to come too? Well, I don't know. I think that was maybe a once-in-a-lifetime thing. For the win, I mean, fuck FML. Hey, Kush, what up? Oh, for the... You're going to lead me astray with this acronym. I like this line that was written on the DF discussion room in the Kit Fox Discord. I think I just had a loyalty cascade. My mayor turned into a were-elephant and died, and now all hell broke loose. I think if your mayor just turned into a were-elephant, you've got more problems than a loyalty cascade. You see what I did there? I took advantage of the stupidity of the English language, yes. What was more disturbing than led to you is how toxic modern flux is. Stream scary stuff. I don't know. Actually, I'll be honest, like, toxicity in paints and stuff is kind of the main thing that will always keep me from ever being interested in actually getting into, like, model painting. But I think we'll try and power through a year of Longdeath, then we'll play a little bit more of Mothfall, and then we'll go play Norco. Try and finish that tonight. So I can talk about it on the podcast, which of course can be found right here. I'm just like running in overtime with, oh geez. I'm running in overtime with all of the promotioning stuff. Flux eats copper, also people apparently. Considering making your own, you basically live in an evergreen pine and forest these days. So there's plenty of pine cones and pine resin outside. That sounds like a fun project, honestly. Dwarf Fortress noob with another question for me. Hit me with it, with your best shot. Give me 5. Not maybe questions or push-ups. I don't know. I don't know why I said give me 5. Just hit me with it. I'll see what I can do. Did you know that noob backwards is Boone, which is the last name of the co-founder of Mortal Kombat, which is where the term noob comes from? Fun fact. Anyway, which is also how why we have a character named Noob Saibot. Can you go over how adventure mode works? Like, in broad strokes? Because in detail, no, not really, because I'm not very good at it. But in broad strokes, it's... So let's just say you have a fortress, right? In a world. You can retire that fortress, and then you can spawn as an adventurer. If you spawn as an adventurer in the same faction, you could choose to spawn in your fortress or elsewhere in the world as part of any faction. And any type of character. This could be an animal person, this could be an elf, a human, a goblin, a dwarf, kobold, a hamster man. Don't spawn as a hamster man. You will be so tiny you won't be able to even pick up a single arrow. You could be a snail person, a spider person, an elephant man. You could be a fish person. You could be anything, right? From the list. You select a character, right? And then once you're done kind of selecting and running through the character creation, you can then go back and add more characters to your party and have a party of characters that you can carry around and jump from character to control multiple characters to move from place to place. Or you can just take one, which I recommend at starting because that's easier. I generally recommend starting off as an elf or a dwarf or a goblin. Just don't play the animal races because stuff gets weird as those. You have to eat and drink. You have to do everything that any character in the game would need to do to survive. And then at that point, you can go, you wander around the world. Now, the world in Dwarf Fortress is weird. It's very alive and active in some ways and also very dead and static in other ways. Some of that is artifacts of the procedural generation, and some of that is unfinished. Oh, you wanted it in your dining room. I'm a big dumb. Hold up. I thought they wanted it in their bedroom. Like, why did that not work? So let's make sure you're assigned to the right thing. Let's wait for them to deconstruct it. Then you can basically do whatever you want in the world. If you talk to characters in towns, like let's just say you're a dwarf and you spawn in a dwarven hillocks, you can go talk to dwarves in towns and you can inquire about local troubles. And they might say, well, there's an artifact that got stolen, which probably actually happened. Like, say you go to your own fortress, right? And recently an artifact had been stolen. You could ask your dwarves about the artifact that's been stolen, and they will give you a general location of where you can go find it, assuming they know. And then if you write that person's name down and you go and you find that artifact in that general location, or kill whatever creature stole it or steal it back from the person who stole it from them, and you give it back to them, then they'll thank you and they will become your friend. And then you can integrate that dwarf into society. You can also use adventure mode as a way to buff up your fortress. So you could build a fortress. You could then make a dozen adventurers and run around and murder a bunch of animals and raid a goblin pit, kill a bunch of various goblin creatures, and then bring them all back, and you'll have a bunch of very talented military characters now in your fortress. Or you could use it to go fetch rare materials that are unobtainium, essentially, in fortress mode. Like some things like, if I go into here and type in shine, well, actually, let's just type in metal. See what we got. There's all of these weird ones, like booming metal. There is there's booming metal, there's clear blue metal, there is singing metal, there is searing metal, there is bright metal. These are all godly materials that are unobtainium in Fortress mode. You cannot get them. But in Adventure mode, you can find what are called fun spires, or essentially the inverse of a necromancer tower. They're fun spires to the underworld, which is where angels live, spoilers, where you can discover these locations in adventure mode, and then your faction will know where they are in fortress mode, and then you can raid them in fortress mode or go into them in adventure mode and kill things and gain access to these materials. You could go become an really well-trained dwarves in fortress mode are basically unstoppable killing monsters. In adventure mode, you can train a dwarf to beyond that point and kit them out to a degree that you could never do in fortress mode, and basically make a god creature monster animal thing that is an unstoppable killing machine that can kill gods, essentially. That's adventure mode. It's also like the most open and convoluted and dead and empty open world game you'll ever play, because of some of the features that are coming soon, TM, that aren't finished. Like quests break. It's almost I don't think it's actually possible to finish a quest. I think you can get quests, but I don't think it's possible currently to complete it. You can complete all the steps for the quest, but you'll never actually like get the satisfying ending on it, because that's unfinished, which was supposed to be part of Villains Part 2, which got delayed to work on the Steam version instead of finishing that. So, like, it's just a... How do I explain this? It's a mess. But you know, it's not a mess. Canadian Pagan has dropped a raid of 23 people on us. Jack, can I get a round of beers for these 23 lovely raiders? I'm sure that they need them. How you doing? What are you playing? What's up, dude? Thank you much. Valheim. Oh, that was fun. Here's mine. Thank you very much for sending your friends over here. We stream way too much Dwarf Fortress, so if you're curious about anything dwarfy, yell at me, and I can probably assist. Hello, Janik. What up? That's a loud scream you got there. Well, hi, Raiders. What's up? How's things? Hope you's all goods. Check, can we debug this? They're screaming at us. I'm charging. We need to do a debug shuffle. Hope you guys are doing well. Cheers, guys. Great. This is Longdeath. This is one of the oldest forts in Dwarven history, quite literally. This fortress that we're playing is 384 years old. The oldest heavily documented fort ever is 500 years old. This is one of the oldest, longest streams ever made. Hope stream's going all right. It's been a little quiet, but fine. No complaints. You know, just kind of a chill day so far. Just kind of hanging out. I slept like shit last night, and woke up early for some reason. Like, I fell asleep late and woke up early. It was one of those days. So I only had about 6 hours of sleep last night. So I'm, like, kind of groggy today. And to give you an idea on how groggy I am, I make my coffee with a pour-over. So it's just, like, the amount of water I pour over my coffee beans is the amount of coffee I get. And I poured way too much water on it because I wasn't paying any attention. So I have, like, an extra cup and a half of kind of weaker than normal coffee. But it's all right. Getting by. Getting by. And Mouse says hi. Whoop, because you play Dwarf Fortress with a mouse. This is how you know that I'm a committed quality stream, because I spent $20 on a plushie to make a bad joke. Anyway, yeah. Welcome to some DF. If you have questions about Dwarf Forts or anything Dwarf, you just yell at me and I will do my best to oblige and assist. Good investment in your book? I don't know about that. You know, you should write a book called Good Investment in My Book. And then people will have to just say, I have a good investment in my book. Well invested. Speaking of books, that's Tarn Adams' book up there. I started reading it the other day. Yeah, that's the second one. I finished the first one finally. For the second time. Still waiting for my dad to finish it so we can talk about it. I might even buy a second copy of the first one so that I can reread it because I want to reread it. Probably later this year. It has to release this year. Like quite literally, it has to release this year. Because the reason that everybody keeps forgetting about why Dwarf Fortress is coming to Steam and why they're going to be selling it is because Tarn and Zach Adams need healthcare. Also, chat, I know we were chill today, but Elomino and Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap and Woot Woot were the only people to post beers. All you got to do to post beers in chat is type in the word beer. Can we get, like, at least 5 more? Please. Anyway, yeah, the reason they are selling the game is because they need better healthcare and because living in the States is expensive. So, and because America doesn't like, you know, to give people socialized healthcare, and they're getting older, they have to release it this year. Quite literally. So it will release this year for better or for worse, which more or less means, worst case scenario, it won't have adventure mode in it yet because they haven't really started working on that. Thanks for the $1. You're stupid. The first bits of the day. If best case scenario, it will release with everything. Worst case scenario, it will release with Fortress mode and Legends mode. But the vast majority of people who play Dwarf Fortress already don't really play Adventure mode, which is a shame, but we'll still get Adventure mode. It'll just be a big update instead of a day one thing. Well, if you want to support them, they have a Patreon. That's not how you spell Patreon. So, I mean, if you do want to throw money at Bay 12, they do have this. And I know that that looks like a lot of money, but that is not just for one person. So, it's 2 households that that's supporting. So, plus like their PayPal donations, but. Anyway, what were we talking about? What should you craft with all your copper you have? Shields. Do you have, like, infinite copper? Because metal furniture is real lovely. I mean, I'm covering my floors with metal because I've got nothing better to do. $50+. Oh, well, make copper shields. And if you don't have any other weapon stuff, make copper short swords or copper spears. But if you have better weapon material, I think copper is part of bronze, right? So you could theoretically make bronze if you have the stuff. Chat, what should Arikawa make out of copper? Because obviously the correct answer is picks, actually. Miners. Have like 20 miners and be real efficient with mining out even more copper. Made 20 spears already? 20 more. Shields. Shields! Breastplates. Pickaxes. Mining. All that stuff. Poor mayor. All mad that haven't put their throne in the mayor's spot just yet. Speaking of, I get the military training for a bit. Someone just made friends with the king. Taylor B, the mayor. I made friends with Massive. I'm not fond of this. That is funny. Taylor B, my mayor, made friends with my king, Massive, and Taylor B the second is not fond of this. He's upset with the fact that they're friends with the king. I mean, I guess that would be a conflict of interest. Not uncommon, but still conflict of interest. That's funny. Maybe they don't like making friends. They might not be a very well, actually, that's not true because they're kindred spirits with like everybody. Maybe they're just bored of making friends because they're already like they're like one step away from being lovers with every dwarf in the fort. They're kindred spirits with everybody, which is like the one tier beneath lover. Which would kind of be funny actually if the mayor was like just lovers with everybody in the fortress. Wouldn't that be incredible? It's like, why are you the mayor? I sleep with everybody. I've never actually seen that happen, but I kind of want to see that happen now. I think that'd be really funny. Free love couple? Very common in Dwarven culture, in fact. I mean, how else do you think you get elected in this economy? Come on, bribes don't work. They don't have money, so they gotta do something. All right, well, we're both doing all right. To anybody coming over from the raid, how was Valheim today? How is Valheim these days, anyway? Their economy is sexual favors? Nope. Well, I mean, sex actually isn't a mechanic in the game. But positive moods from friendships do. I mean, people who get... The dwarves that get elected are dwarves that make friendships easily, that have high speech and persuasion stats. So. Although, if your name's Quill 18, then the economy is mug. Sell all the mugs. If you're me, your economy is like, I don't know, because I have so much shit, I just give 90% of it away, because I could trade for everything that the traders bring and still have stuff left over every time, so I just give it to them for free. He has the sexiest beard? Well, I mean... Let's take a look at your beard. Medium length sideburns neatly combed, very long mustache that is neatly combed, a very long beard that is neatly combed, and a medium length hair and that is neatly combed, and his eyebrows are incredibly high, and he has slightly protruding cobalt eyes, have very large irises, and he has a low voice, and he has an angular chin, and his sandy taupe skin, which is extremely wrinkled, and his small lobed ears are very short, and his hair is white. He is 154 years old. He has 5 children: Dun Caribou, Bellinair, Reinhardt, Kryvon, Anonymo II, and is romantically involved with Kick Roast, rest in peace, who's dead. And those are all of your kindred spirits. And only has one friend, everybody else is kindred spirits. Recently became a friend with the mayor. Don't feel anything about this. Militia captain grabs the recruit by the tongue with their upper left arm and punches the recruit in the... Wait, what? What? Why are you fighting? Was that a crime? That was definitely a crime. My militia commander, Kryvon, committed a crime. Seems to be why. And is currently still tantruming. Oh, punch that, Punch that, That's a temple. You, go and topple that. Okay, no curses for you. Okay. Prison, though. 3 witnesses. Hopefully prison. 29 days in prison is your sentence. And, do you need to set up a guard? You don't need to, but every single thing that you can set up will benefit you if you set it up correctly. Like, you don't have to do anything in Dwarf Fortress. But if you don't do anything, like if you don't set up any of your nobles correctly and you just ignore them completely the way some people insist on playing the game, just don't complain when your fortress falls into chaos because they have no way of offsetting super negative events. Like I explained this earlier, but prison time for dwarves is an actively positive thing the vast majority of the time because it makes them significantly happier if you set it up correctly. Although certain personality types will hate it, regardless of how good it is. And then it'll make them go insane quicker, which removes problem dwarves in the alternate way, which sucks, and I hate it. But, you know, if you can't fix somebody, just make them vanish, right? It's a shame that we don't have the economy in the game nowadays. Old one was broken, but the idea was really good. There is an economy with physical coins in Odd Realm, though. But it's not as mechanically ambitious, which is probably the only way to actually do it. You know, honestly, I think that I would really like there to be an economy in Dwarf Fortress, but for only, like, humans or specific factions. I think it would be really neat to have some factions that have an economy and some that don't. Because then it's like, oh, this particular group shows up. We only trade in coin. And then you have no coins. And you're like, wow, fuck. And then you just start minting a bunch of coins. I think that that would be really neat. But I kind of doubt that I'll ever get my dream. I kind of doubt my dream will ever come true on that one. Let's just make 30 iron spears. I haven't made spears in a while. You're trying to get soap. Trying to get soap is more important. You know, I always tell people this. If you successfully make your own soap in Dwarf Fortress, you've officially learned how to play Dwarf Fortress. Like, once you can make soap, that is as complicated as the most complicated thing you need to do in Dwarf Fortress. If you can make soap, you've learned Dwarf Fortress. Congratulations, you've done it. Yes! Ha! Two of the best possible moods you can get from this. Repentant after being confined, and amazed near a sublime statue. It's a subpar line, but at least it's sublime, and feels pleasure near a fine restraint. Self-pity after being unable to practice craft, but... Do you just buy it? No, you make it. You take wood and you make ash, and you make lye, which needs ash in a bucket. Okay, so you take wood, you burn the wood at the wood burner to make ash. You make lye from the ash, and I think they do that at the soap workshop. Oh, maybe they do that at the butcher's shop. I actually can't remember. And then you butcher animals, and butchering animals gets you animal fat, which is then processed into tallow, which is done automatically. And then you make soap from animal fat. And so, like, right now, let's see if I can... I don't actually know where soap is in this menu. Well, here. Instead of showing you that, what I can do is I can show you this. Or can I not? Okay, it doesn't say what type of soap I have in here. I guess what I can do is I can do this. Ah, we have unicorn soap, pig soap, unicorn soap, kangaroo soap, pig soap, kangaroo soap, pig soap, kangaroo soap, honey marmot, hore marmot soap. So, is it in bars? Oh, well, too late. Found it. Also, you can build a fortress out of soap if you wanted. Is on Game Pass? Ooh, I still won't play it unless it like gets good reviews. So I'll wait a little bit. Wait a little bit. But that's also on the to-do list if it gets good reviews. But thanks for heads up. I would have noticed that, but I didn't realize that. Considering it currently has no reviews on Steam. I'll give it a couple days, see what people think of it first. But yes, it does look cool. But yes, if you can make soap, you're officially yeah, there's also that way. But plant oils is simpler in some ways and more complicated in others. But yeah. It's like a substitute for fat, basically. Basically, you can make soap or vegan soap. You can make animal fat soap or vegan soap. Those are your two options. And if you can make one of the two, then you are an expert at Dwarf Fortress. Or if you can set up a minecart track. Those are kind of like the two. Expert. Let's see how Criven's doing. Hang in there, Dwarfy. Has no ambition whatsoever and is frequently depressed. Fulfilled by assisting those in need and has a very calm demeanor. Satisfied at work. Worried after being unable to pray. Restless after being able to practice martial art. You want to practice martial art too? Okay, well, you know what? How about? You want to practice martial art, Mar? Grab that spear you just made and go join the squad. Go practice. But yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress is a fun game with many levels of mechanics, and once you get like a baseline understanding of the main ones, it's like if you can fully stock a hospital with all of your own homemade ingredients, you are an expert. Pretty much. But we all always have stuff to learn. I mean, I still have shit to learn. And I've learned 10,000 hours in this game at this point. So that's probably an exaggeration, but I have a lot of hours in this game at this point. Isn't that the classic saying, though? It's like if you spend 10,000 hours doing something, you're an expert. Hey, look at how happy Pilot is. Being in the military. Aside from being frustrated, but, you know. And Mar is 15 years old. Pleasure after putting on a truly splendid item, and affection after remembering making a friend. Who's your friend? Saigon the Merchant, who is, still alive. Well, that's good. Damn, you've got a lot of siblings. Kasi, Elamino, Merc, Cravicus, Bloodcat, Hoshan, Red Octobear, Malden, Scoid, Anthony, Aqua the Third, Athros the Second, Mafrai, Ducky are all of this dwarves' siblings. A lot of siblings, and a lot of them are dead too. I can't decide if I'm hot or cold today. Like, not quite warm enough to go without a hoodie today, but also it's kind of too warm to wear a hoodie. I'm like super torn. Close my window though, so that'll help. You know, I keep forgetting that this thing's still here. An enormous blob composed of flame with a shell, and it squirms and fidgets. Like, that would actually be a really scary Forgotten Beast to fight. Also, man, what? Bodies are appearing here. I may need to clean this cavern layer again. Dump some lava in this. Maybe. How's Criven doing? Still haggard. Oh, come on. Needs to be a longer time in prison. Wait, what? Oh, hey. I can extend Criven's prison time. That's good. I feel like a bad person saying that. 47. Excellent. Perfect. I'm really hoping that this completely just fixes Criven. I'll be real happy if that ends up being the case. Space Pirate's interested and says the criminal was convicted and I received justice. I am very satisfied. You received trauma, which was getting punched. Diamond Destruct tended to your wounds. So, chat, since it's Thursday, any plans for the weekend? What you guys doing over the lovely days that you don't have to wake? I've got a couple of games I'm going to be making videos of. Finally managed to get my key for a game that I kickstarted in 2017 that released in 2020 that they never sent me my key for, and I had to go through their recovery process and did a bunch of messing around and complaining, and oh my god, they have the most convoluted like key redemption setup ever on their website, which is like mind-numbingly painful. But finally managed to get my key for that, which is Ancient Cities. I think I might try and do something with that for YouTube over the weekend. We'll see. Give it take a look-see at the very least. I got a couple other games I want to try. Some stuff that's new, some stuff that's old, and that stuff will go up on the YouTube channel over the weekend. There will be DF News next week. Next Wednesday, I think, is the next day that DF News can happen. Diamond, what up? It's good to see you. As far as like weekend plans, there's a brewery I want to venture out to fill up my growler again. Go on a little brewery adventure on one of my days off. But aside from that, it's going to be a lot of spring cleaning and potentially gardening because me and my family got a copy, or not a copy. Me and my mom got approved to have a what's the word I'm looking for here? A garden plot in a community garden. So I'm going to be doing a bunch of gardening, most likely. Or at the very, I think we're doing our initial portion of that, or our initial like overview of that this weekend. So be interesting. See how that goes. I get to figure out what kind of plants I get to plant, so I'm excited. DF new crypt typed. I don't even have a crypt type emote. The closest thing we have to that is crypt happy. But Diamond needs a hat. I was gonna say that out loud. My powers have been weakened recently about being able to say this person needs a sub, and then they magically get gifted subs. Sometimes I have a better ability for that than others. Recently, my ability of doing that has been like weaker for some reason, which is fine. Also sounds like good practice, Colorado. It is early summer, meaning the humans are going to come trade pretty soon. Let's see how Criven's doing. less. So the dwarf has gone from being stressed to just being under a great deal of stress. Instead of seriously stressed, just great deal of stress. So she's improving, which is good. Good, good, good. And Diamond, you're dwarf right here, since you just tuned in. You're annoyed when caught in the rain, but you've been all right. You're relieved when a family member received justice through a criminal conviction because Criven punched somebody. You're still indefatigable. You personally see family as one of the most important things in life, and you believe that it would be a fine thing if all time were leisure time. And you know what? I agree with that. You often feel filled with joy, and you're always in love with somebody, and you easily develop positive feelings. And once again, still married to Axon. I wish you a long, healthy, happy marriage. I think. How old are you? 78? Oh, yeah, you got lots of time left. Okay. And Troopin, what's up? Good to see you. Hello. It's weird. Twitch was telling me somebody was live when they weren't. I was like, I think I just hadn't reloaded a page, but it was just very strange to me for a second there. I was like, that person's not live. What the fuck? Twitch confuses me sometimes. Ah, yawn. Where'd that come from? Dan's working on this. Back in with Criven. How's your Thursday going, Troopin? We're doing Longdeath right now. I'm debating on doing Mothfall today. I haven't fully decided yet. We've got this depressed dwarf that committed a crime. And they're in prison, and they're repenting, which is good. We have 38 days left. Oh, I'm hoping that they can deal with it. And get over it. As you do. Do I have yellow blocks right now? I do, actually. Do I got the sausage? Are you referencing something that I don't know? I don't know what that means. Retired and relaxing now? You enjoy my stream and fiddling with World Generation DF? What you trying to fiddle to create, or just nothing in particular? I feel like most of my fiddling with stuff in DF ends with the World Generation crashing. That's most of my luck with fiddling with DF World Gen. Okay. Also not have any bismuth bronze. Oh, no, I do. Yay. Okay. I can't stop myself from yawning today because I didn't get a good night's sleep. Yeah, I mean, that's always the decision, right? Although I find like generating worlds just to do nothing but read legends can be super entertaining sometimes too. First resub of the day.
Cheers.
Slow start to the day on resubs. It's okay though. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for a 30th month. Welcome back, man. Jack, can I get a big round of beers and massive thank you for Crow keeping that sub alive for a goddamn long time. So that is a goddamn long time, dude. Fact. Clink. Here's indeed. Pretty sure it's just black bronze. You've quit the nicotine stuff since the last time you were here. When were you last here? Curious about how quick you did that. Two, 8/22. So in 2 months you quit nicotine? Damn. That's impressive. I think that deserves a round of beers. Or round of something. Congrats, dude. Yeah, I saw this. Yeah, I saw this morning. And I feel the same way, Tygo. It's the, oh, yeah, if that happens quickly, that's fantastic. If it doesn't, then, well, it's just government. Moving slowly as they do. A girl you really like made a face when you vaped in a Discord call, and that was the final straw. You know, sometimes to, like, end a habit, you need to, like, be very determined about ending a habit. Sometimes to change a habit, you just need the right inspiration. It's like, cute girl says no vape, vape gone. Like, that's probably the only thing that would make me quit weed at this point, actually. Although, if okay, so, if I was like potentially in a relationship with somebody and they told me that I wasn't allowed to smoke weed, I'd be like, okay. And then I would just like go buy THC pills. I need the THC, but there's ways of taking that isn't vaping or smoking. Do you want me to explain the EU process of government with one image? Frogfire? Because I can explain it very, very simply. You're welcome. Yeah, you need those cannabinoids. I mean, like, that's the difference between, like, you know, it's just a different type of ingesting. And if it's a certain type of ingesting that bothers people, then swap to something different. No. The U.S. government is the U.S. Method of government is similar, okay, but completely different. In fact, I can explain that with one image as well. Da 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 dun 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 dun. Snail. Anyway. Meanwhile, the let's see if I can find this image. And meanwhile, Russian government is this. That's the Russian government. Enough of the dumb like me mocking politics. Let's go back to playing Dwarf Fortress at a relatively consistent speed. Oh my god, I've found another. I now have another support commenter. Holy shit. So there's this channel or this person that comments on all my videos, support comment every couple days. This person's name's just comment, and they just commented a comment. Maybe I've got a second one. Damn. Gonna have to try real hard to be as dedicated as support comment though. And the humans have arrived to trade. I had to like get rid of all of the different tabs I had up. Hey, Cyrolac. Hope you're doing well. You missed my very accurate description of the American government. But it's good to see you, man. You know, don't accidentally compliment him with having cool hobbies. Come on. Next, I need an unrelated comment, so I can have a support comment, a comment, and an unrelated comment. Well, there is somebody who I know who just responds with a bunch of gibberish and then random comment for the algorithm number, blah, 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 and they're always different. So there's that one person, but they don't do it on every video. They do it on like every 5, maybe. But only support comment does it on all of them. So shout out to support comment, who I know is a real person because they've sent me Christmas gift on coffee in the format of like $20. And has actually commented before. They're like, this is a weird one. Support comment. Stuff like that. And they do actually watch the videos. It's not like they're just commenting for the sake of commenting. I'll say verifiably. Hope you're doing well. Time to go sell some crafts. After we sell all of his clothing. Bring the trader. And I'm just going to jump over to my military, check in on Mar. Quite happy. And let them come help trading. Been a pretty chill day. Yeah, same. Kind of a like I ended up streaming longer than I normally do. I stream real long hours, right? I ended up streaming longer than I'm used to for my current schedule yesterday. For like 14 hours, I think. Which is like kind of the maximum amount of time that I can reasonably stream while still getting a decent night's sleep, so. How goes the Fortress of Eternity? It's still going. Still going. I haven't had any babies in a while, which is starting to worry me, but Population was at an all-time high, or the highest point it's been in the last few hundred years. Then it dropped a bit, and so now we're working towards recovering it again. So, you know, ups and downs. As it goes. As it goes. Also, thanks for the comment. You're stupid. I think you lurked for some of yesterday. You enjoyed the track of the Super last track of the Super Meat Boy record. It's pretty good. I like the all right, what the hell? What was the good. It's real good if you're not expecting it. I really want to like have an opportunity to put that record on when I have somebody over, and then wait until it gets to the end and just see the looks on their face. All right, I don't need those silver bars. Rose gold. Electrum, rose gold, brass. Brass. Great. Wait a little bit. The king wants 2 crutches, which we're making. Are we? Apparently I resubbed to somebody. Oh, yes. Go pop a resub in her stream. It's ready. I sometimes like to resub to people while I'm streaming. The opportunity shows itself. Currently isn't. Frustrating. That song made me think that the developer was grateful for someone playing their games so diligently, but also wanted them to go away because they didn't have any more to give. Well, that's not the developer, right? Because, like, Super Meat Boy was made by 3 people, largely. It was made by a programmer, a designer, and then the music was done by Danny B. Style, Danny Baranowski, who probably was one of the most legendary games musicians of like early success indie, I guess. He doesn't pop up as much these days. He's not as prolific as he used to be. I guess like a Ben Prunty is probably more well known at this point than Danny Baranowski. It's like the only game he's done recently would be Industries of Titan, which wasn't like the biggest success, I would say. So he's like not as well known of a character as he used to be. His music is still fantastic though, so. Golden, well, I don't need more billing, we're good. Electrum, brass. I guess I could buy the bismuth and we can make more bismuth bronze. Black bronze, electrum, rose gold. But yeah, so that's Danny Baranowski singing. He likes to do dumb shit like that with his music. He's one of those people who like kind of doesn't take himself too seriously. And I've seen him perform live at PAX actually, which was really cool. But yeah, he also did the soundtrack to Binding of Isaac, which more people probably think about these days. Equally as iconic, right? I guess like if you write 2 soundtracks and both of those soundtracks are like career lifetime successes, like you don't really need to do too many more after that, right? It's like I remember, I think it was Ben Prunty once said that he's like, the soundtrack for Faster Than Life was, for the soundtrack for FTL was so successful that he doesn't ever need to write another soundtrack again, and everything he's doing from here forward is just for fun. But he's like, I could live not well, but comfortably off of the revenue from that soundtrack for the rest of my career. But he's like, where's the, like, interesting life choices in that, right? Like, there's, of course, more interesting things you could do. But, you know, I kind of love stuff like that when people are incredibly talented and they don't take themselves too seriously. It makes people feel human. You know, like when people are extremely talented and create kind of incredible things, but at the same time manage to also be humble and human, I guess. What's for Bastion? Bastion is an absolutely incredible sound. You know, honestly, Bastion is probably still my, at this point, my second favorite. Not my favorite, but my second favorite soundtrack by, or as part of a Supergiant game. If I had to select a favorite at this point, I think I like Pyre more than it, but Bastion's soundtrack is incredible. It's kind of funny because it's just like, a lot of people are now like, oh, well, a lot of people just seem to hold, a lot of people just put Hades on this pedestal of, oh, Hades is the best one. Maybe this is an unpopular opinion, chat room. I don't like the Hades soundtrack that much. It's too long. It's very samey. And it just kind of feels like more Supergiant Games soundtrack. Admittedly, it's probably the Supergiant Games game that I played the least of. Just because it's like the least me-friendly game that they made. But I don't know. Like, it's good. And of course, like, we're talking about some of the best soundtracks in indie games ever made, but I would rather listen to the Transistor soundtrack any day. I think that Bastion has a more focused and better soundtrack, and the Pyre soundtrack is like unparalleled with its variety and intrigue and cool, weird music. Whereas Hades is just kind of like, all right, so you're trying to be Doom really, really hard. You're trying to be too metal, and like I think they lose a lot of their musical variety, which I think is kind of a shame. Because like the composer that does all of that music is incredibly fucking talented, and like that is like that Hades soundtrack is an achievement. It's extremely good, but when compared with their other work, it is not my favorite. Far away from it. Buy a toy boat. You're not sure if it's their best music? Yeah, I'm just, I don't know. It's just like it won best soundtrack for on a bunch of things, and a lot of people, for so many people, were just like going on about how fantastic it is, and I was just sitting there going like, am I like broken or something? Because like, I don't dislike the soundtrack, like it's fine, but it's just definitely not my favorite of all of their soundtracks. Definitely not my favorite. Pyre's my favorite, but then again, I think Pyre's also their least successful game. I mean, just looking at Steam at a glance, Pyre has 7,000 reviews, which is hugely successful, by the way. Transistor has 25,000. Bastion has 25,000. And Hades has 170,000. So I think I can tell you guys which one's their most successful game. So, I mean, like, yes, they are a wildly successful studio, but Pyre's underappreciated. Maybe one of these days I'll need to stream it. Because it's more of a dialogue-driven game than any of their other works. And every single piece of artwork in Pyre is, like, a desktop background. Like, it's so fucking pretty. It's probably my favorite game that they've done art-wise. Oh. Right, you wonder if you actually own it now? I wonder if it was in one of those bundles. Because it might have been. I wonder if I own that on itch, actually. Check. Library. Owned items. View all. Nope, I don't. So maybe not. I think part of what you like about Bastion, the soundtrack, was that the music was really good, but also intertwined with the story. Hades' music seems more like background to the game than part of it. Still good, though. No, totally. I mean, like, Hades is a run-based action game. Thus, it's designed to be repeated. Thus, the music is going to be inherently written to fade into the background, right? Whereas Bastion is a crafted experience from end to end. Like, it is a pieced together level-based thing with moments that are built around the music. So thus the music will have more natural dips, valleys, and mountains, and hills, and peak points, right? In a run-based game, you're never going to get that. Unless, like, you just happen to be, like, an incredible work of art, like, let's just say, Caves of Qud. Because Caves of Qud has some of the most memorable music I've seen in a video game in ever. Is it music that I'd sit down and listen to? Maybe not. Not necessarily. But it is, like, some of the best music I've ever seen in a video game. Just like I'm more likely to remember the music from something like Proteus than I am to remember the music from something like, I mean, Jupiter Hell even. Although I think I would say I remember the music from Jupiter Hell more because I've played more of Jupiter Hell. That being said, there's a specific riff in Proteus that I will never forget because of how fucking catchy it is, and it's the riff that's playing when they give you the minigun for the first time, and then you run down into this hallway that's just full of demons, and you just go, brrrr, and then everything explodes, and the entire hallway fills up with blood, and you go, hey, 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 hey. Well, maybe you have to buy Transistor then. Just wait until it goes on sale. Like, it's very cheap sometimes. That sounds wonderful. Is their most recent update into the main branch yet on Qud? Because whenever that happens, I need to go grab that and play that. I'll do like a week of that. Something weird happened. What's something weird? Because then I go and spoil it all by saying something stupid like Bus Road. I don't know why that, you reminded me of that, but. Did you kill the Forgotten Beast, or did they just suddenly have a Forgotten Beast corpse? Because that would be weird. But if you killed the Forgotten Beast, I mean, that they do that, yeah. Doubtful, because, so the way hunters work is hunters go after wild animals, because if you look at this screen, there are several different things here. There are wild animals, and then there are uninvited guests, right? Uninvited guests are beasts, monsters, minotaurs, forgotten beasts, vampires. They are hostile creatures that are there to kill you. Your hunters go and kill wild boars. They'll kill wild animals. They will not go and kill uninvited guests. However, they might fight with an uninvited guest if it attacks it. So it's possible your dwarves killed, like, what was the Forgotten Beast? Was it a particularly tough one, or was it something that was weaker? Because if it was something that was made of a weaker material or something flimsy, like if it was a bug, I've seen Forgotten Beasts like fall out of a tree and fall apart because large bugs are very brittle in Dwarf Fortress because of the way the game works. You never ordered the troops to kill it? I mean, if it had access to your fort, other dwarves would have been able to get up to it. It was a spider lake beast. Okay, so bugs are large bugs in Dwarf Fortress are extremely delicate. I don't know if it's a design oversight or just the way, like, bodies are constructed in Dwarf Fortress, but when, like, I had a Forgotten Beast that was a giant thrips. You know, little thrips, tiny little gross bugs. It climbed up into a tree and then fell out of the tree and literally exploded. That was the whole process that this thrips went through. It climbed up this tree, walked along the top of the tree, fell out of the back of the tree, and burst into a billion pieces. So if it was a spider Forgotten Beast, it is possible it just was brittle and like got slapped by a troglodyte and fell apart. And then your dwarfs is like, arr. But I don't know. I mean, the only way to know is you could check your combat logs, or you could retire the fortress and look the Forgotten Beast up in Legends mode and see how it died, because Legends will tell you. Yeah, I mean, weird things happen like that in Dwarf Fortress sometimes. It's like, where'd that body come from? It's just like when you're playing, and then you notice that there's a dead body in your wall, and you're like, what? Anyway, like there was one time I had a dwarf disappear, and I never did find the body. I was like, where the fuck did that dwarf go? It was like the most perplexing thing in the world, because like it was a young, happy dwarf, and then I was mining out some brick that was lava, so it was like obsidian. In this area right here, actually, we were mining out some of this obsidian because this was all water at one point, and then we poured lava over top of it, so the water became obsidian. And I went and I mined some of it out, and I pulled his body out of it. Because if a body is covered with lava and then has water poured on it, and that water turns into obsidian, or vice versa, and there's a body in that, or a live dwarf in that, or a dead dwarf, it'll preserve the corpse. And we found the corpse like 100 years later in the obsidian. So, yeah, like, it just happens in Dwarf Fortress sometimes. Sometimes things just happen, and just don't worry about them too much. It's part of game. This game's weird. This game is wonderful. Is there any deal notifications pretty well dialed in now? You know, it's funny. Sometimes I'll be streaming like a random game, and I will get views from isthereanydeal.com, because Is There Any Deal like embeds streams of that game on the page. And I've gotten it from Dwarf Fortress. Because yeah, if you go to isthereanydeal.com, right, Dwarf Fortress, interesting. Apparently it's listed as 25 Canadian in the background right now. Anyway, yeah, like there's me. So I actually get I get views from this website sometimes, which is kind of funny to me. If you're watching on here, I see you. Anyway, there was one stream day where you were checking out the game that I was playing. Yeah. Your dwarfs are breeding rocks. The important question is, since your dwarves are breeding rocks, when are your dwarves going to learn to roll? Anyway, good for you. Fuck yeah. I was able to do that successfully once. But the baby rocks did nothing but like sit in the bottom of the nest, which was quite frustrating. They just like didn't move. They just like sat there like, I'm not gonna move. Like they like didn't understand how to path. And I like restarted the fort a couple times, and then eventually we just kind of gave up. So I used them as food instead of like actually breeding them. Yeah. It's an alright website. Yeah, I don't know. I don't generally go after deals, so I don't use them. I assume it's useful because people use it, so. But I get it more commonly on games that are on sale that are expensive usually. So if I'm playing like a newer game, sometimes I'll get an influx of views from, is there any deal, and all that stuff. Fucking Godfall Ultimate Edition came out today. I forgot that they made that game. Question, Ned Flunders. Are those rocks that your dwarves are breeding important to your dwarves faction, or did they just happen to show up? Because every now and again, like, you'll get, like, I don't know if you've ever had this happen, but I had a faction, I know I've older for it a couple years ago, that a bunch of the dwarves in that faction worshipped a hydra. They worshipped this hydra, and it was like almost every dwarf in the fort had the object of worship except for the original 7. We had a temple built to it and everything, and it was this legendary creature. I even made some statues of it, and then it fucking showed up and we killed it. So I like put a statue of it in the temple. I was like, wow, the dwarves must be grieving. They didn't seem super upset though. In fact, they were just like, oh my god, I had trauma, and then they went on with their lives. But I kind of like the fact that those dwarves killed their god. Took you a while to get a female one? Yeah, that's like me breeding unicorns in this fortress, because this is not in a good biome where unicorns show up. And it took me about 100 years to get a breeding pair of unicorns from the elves. About 100 years. Because we got the first one in year 112, I think. And we didn't manage to secure a breeding pair for about 100 years. It was about year 2 something that I got them. Yeah, that's fucking cool. I really like rocks. Rocks are one of the more fun creatures to fight, in my opinion, because they're so easy to imagine, you know, just like a giant bird of prey. I was actually like reading about like prehistoric like birds or like large birds that are now extinct that existed like at the beginning of humanity. Like, you know, when you're walking outside, right, and a shadow comes above you, like your knee-jerk reaction is to duck for cover, because like 8,000 years ago or something, early proto-humans, or early like Stone Age and Bronze Age humans, there were several different varieties of birds of prey that were like the size of an ostrich, pretty much. Yeah, like the moa, exactly. And it's like, imagine just a bird of prey that's big enough to like pick you up by the head and fly away with you. It's like, yeah, that is such an easy, terrifying mental image to imagine. I love it. It's great. Great. So fucking awesome. Moa, not to be confused with moe. I don't know if anybody gives a shit, but Football Manager 2022 is free on Epic right now. Oh, I don't know if this is good news. So chat, you guys know that Ubisoft loves their NFTs, right? Well, you know it's shutting down and ending development? And also they're shutting the marketplace down for? Ghost Recon Breakpoint. The first game that they put NFTs into. Meaning if for some reason you have an Ubisoft Quartz account and you play Ghost Recon Breakpoint, all of your NFTs are now officially, they went from being minimal bat value down to actually 0 value. Yeah, it's got NFTs in it. Ghost Recon Breakpoint. So, congrats. I mean, you will own those game. Those people will own those game items forever. You just will lose access to them and the ability to sell them. So it's it's fine. You do own them. I also own skins that I bought for free-to-play first-person shooters in like 2008, but I don't play those games anymore, even though that game still exists. Just like I still own all of my League of Legends skins on an account somewhere. It doesn't fucking matter. It's no different. It's almost like they do absolutely nothing. It depends. Well, I mean, kind of had a two-headed humanoid. So you had an Etten show up at the same time as a migrant wave? Well, yes and no. So, traumatic events. Let's talk about trauma, Jack. Traumatic events stick with you, right? And if a dwarf witnesses a traumatic event, that is a burden that they will carry for the rest of their lives. Some dwarves will grow to accept it and move past it, and others will continue to dwell upon it for the rest of their lives. Dwarves that continue to dwell will eventually become stressed, and that can either impact their mental perspective and outlook on life, which is the purple text in this section down here. These are strengthenings or weakenings based on stressful or exciting or great or bad events that have happened in their life. So just as an example, this dwarf personally sees family as one of the most important things in life because they gained a sibling in 356. But at the same time, they also believe that or becomes completely helpless in stressful situations because she vomited once after seeing the sun. And is a nervous wreck, which apparently is a strengthening after being in the sunshine again, and is obsessed with order and structure in her own life, with everything in a proper place after retching and miasma. So depending on the dwarf, seeing another dwarf die may change them for the better, or it may change them for the worse. And if it's a thing that they remember that becomes a reoccurring memory in their mind, you need to offset those crappy memories with positive memories. So if you have a particularly fucked up sad dwarf, you have to look at what they want and then offset the stress and bad memories with good, recent, positive memories. But yes, they'll get over it. But you have to keep them, you have to give them some good things. Drink water. Pfft, dwarf drink vomit. Oh, what? Stresses? I mean, I have a naked vampire who lives in the walls right here. A naked berserk vampire. He's chained up. It's fine. He lives there. You can see him talking in this screen sometimes. So sometimes we'll just see him like, my clothes, they rotted off me. I'm distressed about this. And then we go, that's fine. You're a vampire. Also, you're berserk, and we'll have to kill you if we let you out. So we'll leave you there for it. It's fine. So, yes, Dwarf Fortress, with a lot of things, especially like the mental things with Dwarf, it's like, how would a human respond to this? It's probably pretty similar to how a dwarf would respond to it. It's like, can a human ever get over PTSD? Yes, but it's kind of something that you carry with you for the rest of your life, and it's something that you need to learn to live with. And if a dwarf sees something die brutally in front of them, eventually they'll become numb to it, or they'll learn to deal with it, or it will kill them. And that's the fun of Dwarf Fortress, or terror of Dwarf Fortress, whatever you prefer. Your dwarves are happily carrying their babies into battles against beasts. Damn straight, resulting in the baby seeing the death of their first their first and their other parent. Well, that's fantastic. I mean, dwarven babies are excellent weapons and also excellent shields. But they're nowhere near as effective as I can find this. But they're nowhere near as effective as the legendary dwarf from Dwarven history, who threw a lion at a lion, thus causing the spitting lion corpse to strike the lion in the upper body, bruising the muscle and jamming the left false rib through the left lung and tearing apart the left lung. And the lion is having trouble breathing, and the lion collapses into the ground, thus killing a lion with the body of a dead lion. I once had a forgotten beast get killed by a dead hamster that a dwarf threw at it. What, for the lion killed by the lion? I think if you just go to, like, Google and type in Dwarf Fortress Lion, you'll find it. It's a very famous piece of fan art. It's one of the most it's maybe, like, the most famous piece of fan art. It's up there with, This is a bad Google search. Let's see if it gets me what I want. It's right up there with this one. This is the, like, maybe the other most famous piece of DF fan art that I've seen. You know, some beasts are better left forgotten. A huge ass with a shell, and it is breathing fire. Yes, it's a donkey, but it's called an ass in Dwarf Fortress. So a huge skinless ass breathing fire. Like I said, Dwarf Fortress is a very, very good video game. And if you want that image, shout outs to Fuck Yeah Dwarf Fortress, the fan site, and it's right there. Oh, and also, chat, please don't report me for showing a naked butt on stream. Thanks. I don't want to get banned. It's not worth it. It keeps scamming you with penny stocks. Well, then stop investing in meme coins. Well, son, you don't want to get ripped off. Sheesh. Good luck with your investments, friends. Oh, you only invest in meme coins, no meme coins? Well, that's a much better investment. You know, back in the day, kids that I knew, we used to refer to memes as memes because nobody knew how to say the word meme. It's just gambling. I mean, it's probably better than spending your money on, like, $1 scratch and wins. Like, your odds, I would actually argue that your odds are better to make money off of a meme coin than you are to make money off of buying lotto tickets, but... How did Criven do by the end of that? His in sentence. Also, where the fuck are you? There you are. Yay! What tile set I'm using? No, but you can just have it. It's a modified version of Krug Smash's tile set. I have two versions of it. I got this one and then another one. The other one's pinned on my Discord. Also, I too am a fan of bread, by the way. Bread is good. It's like a good rye or a sourdough. Gotta love it. By a 1-year-old child? Did he kick it? Punch it? How did he do it? I need to know. How did that child kill the Etten. Because if it was a two-headed thing, it was an Etten. Two-headed humanoid is an Etten. That's fucking fantastic. I once saw a mobster discussing how the numbers worked, or running numbers, and his comment was that the government took over that and paid out less than the mob, then taxed the winnings at 50%, and they called us crooks. I mean, it's actually really interesting listening to a lot of those those mobster documentaries now after they've all come out of prison after, you know, like their 20, 30-year sentences and all that shit. How can you find out even? Well, if it happened recently, hit R and then select the person or the child who was in the combat. So just hit R and then select the thing. And if it was recent, it'll tell you what it was. But if it was far away, then it might be too late already. Well, it's far away? Ah, right. Well, you know for next time. Also, damn, I lost. But also, congrats to Bastet, Sirelike, Frogfire, and the Losan on your investment wins from the bot. The bot's mean to me, as always. I don't feel like talking about taxes right now because everything should be taxed to all shit, but especially gambling, but... I just don't feel like talking about taxes, to be honest with you. Mostly because I just paid mine. And I'm still broke from it. I triple paid my internet bill, which nuked my credit card out into oblivion. Paid that off, and then paid my taxes the same day. I was just like, I just don't want to worry about paying my internet bill, because my internet bill is one of my biggest monthly bills that isn't my internet. That isn't my rent. So I paid all that shit off and was just like, look at my bank account, and it just makes me sad now. Like, I just don't want to look at it. Like, I have to pay off my phone bill by the 9th, which I'm going to do tomorrow. I'll do that through my bank account, too, so I have to actually look at my bank account again. It just makes me sad. That's all good, Frog. Which just makes me look at money right now. I'm just like, oh, man, I'm broke. Which isn't true. I'm not broke, but I feel broke. Speaking of, dwarves are on the same subject. They're discussing government. I think we've written a new book. But I have no idea which one it is, so. This is true. But I still need to, like, you know, make that money back. But, you know, we'll get there. I just need a couple videos to go viral on YouTube and I'll be good. Easy peasy. Just need more of those support comments. That sweet, sweet view retention. Not that I've ever had a video that I've ever made go viral, but, you know. There are videos that I've made that have good numbers of views, but I've never had one go viral. Maybe one day. We're in late summer. I think we'll power through till end of fall, which will be about 1 year in Longdeath. And then we'll jump over to Mothfall for a little bit, which is more action-filled than this fortress. TLDR, we have about 100 dwarves in that fortress, and we are dropping entire Z levels on enemy raids. Enemy sieges get an entire Z level worth of flooring dropped on them when they walk into the fortress. So that one's a little bit more explosive and full of goblin pancakes. So we will be moving over to that fort after this. And we'll play that fort for about 3 hours, I think. And then after that, we will go finish Norco, or try to finish Norco. That's the goal for the night. Is to play both of the fortresses that I've got running and finish Norco. Which, I have a hard time saying Norco, because every time I say Norco, my brain goes to Narcan. I always think it's like some weird future drug, but it's like just the name of a city. It's like naming a game Tacoma. But, which is also the name of a video game, by the way. Fantastic game as well. Are there downsides to shrines? Shrine is basically a statue. It's kind of a... Currently, shrines have no actual use in Fortress mode. You don't need them to build a temple. They're just an item that you can build. They do have a use in Fortress mode, or they have use in Adventure mode, but no use in Fortress mode currently. So it's not something that you really need to concern yourself with. Temples are very important. Temples are the zoned-in temples. Temples are very important so that dwarves can worship their gods. Basically, when I start a new fortress, the first thing I do after I dig out the first room, wherever that is, like a couple Z levels down or in a cliffside or something, the literal first thing I do is I make a tavern, a temple, and a pile of beds and a dormitory. Like, that is the first thing I do. And then I go into locations, and I select the tavern, and I select whatever the temple is, and I set them to citizens and long-term residents only. This one's set to all visitors welcome because, like, nobody's going to show up because this is such an old save. But I set them to citizens and long-term residents only, and I do that immediately. And the reason I do that, and the reason I do it immediately, is because the two main sources of stress and depression in early game dwarves is lack of socializing and lack of the ability to pray to their gods. Because most dwarves worship gods. Vast majority of them do. Every now and again, you'll see one that doesn't, which is weird. But the vast majority of them worship gods, or items, or objects, or forces, or something. And they want to pray. So just set up a temple that is not dedicated to any god in particular that all of your dwarves can go to. Yeah, just to no specific deities. So it's literally just like a place for them to go pray, right? Because, like, think about, imagine Dwarf Fortress as kind of like an amalgamation of every single Earth religion times 50, and everybody prays to something. Even if they're not religious, they'll still pray to something, or they'll want to go there to meditate. Even if they're not religious, they might want to go there to meditate. Some dwarves are more dedicated to certain religions, and if you have a bunch of dwarves that all worship a specific religion, they might demand a temple, but that's a different discussion. And then you'll have to make a specific temple with a priest for them. But unless that happens, even if that doesn't happen, they still want a place to go pray. And if they don't have a place to go pray, that is a very negative mood debuff. So if you're having problems with stressed out dwarves, it might be because you just haven't made them a temple. So literally the first thing I recommend you do for a new fortress is make them a temple. Also, it is that time of year, and the humans have brought their tributes. I think Stone's still asleep. So we will have to screenshot these for him. Yeah, just no specific deity, and no visitors welcome. But something that a lot of people worry about all the time is this number. Don't actually worry about the number of idlers you have. Idler just means that they are free and between jobs. And a lot of people that I see, especially on Twitch, that have huge numbers of idlers are always like, I have so many idlers. Well, in this fort, it's a little bit strange because a lot of these dwarves are actually like hauling stuff currently. But you'll see socializing. This dwarf is probably in the tavern. Socializing. This dwarf is probably in the tavern. That is a job. Socializing, pondering, which is something that they can do in the library. Demonstrations and watching demonstrations are something that they can do in guild halls, which also can teach children, by the way, if they're hanging out in there. Yeah, idling means they can marry. It means they're between jobs, and it means that they are going to a place to socialize or going to go pick up a gig or some work to get done. And it's a good thing to have idlers. It's also a good thing to have a lot of dwarves socializing because they're happiest when they're socializing. They need breaks because they will go days at a time doing nothing but working, so they will need breaks. Also, hey, Martian, what's up? We all need some God explain us difficult things in life to keep us in life. Yeah, except gods in Dwarf Fortress are often, like, still, like, living, which is kind of funky. Like, especially if they're, like, worshipping, like, a particular creature or thing. Like, there's, like, I always love the factions that's just like, we worship a dragon! And where does the dragon live? Up the mountain! Where does the dragon actually live? Literally, like, 2 tiles away. Like, just, like, 15 minutes walk south, the dragon lives there, and he's got a lot of gold. So just, like, walk around him, danger. You keep stealing our artifacts. I will be back in a sec. Gotta pee. Too much coffee. And I return. Dwarves are dedicated readers. If you don't, yeah. Another thing is also one of the things I try and get really early is the first human caravan usually, because humans often bring a lot of them. Sometimes dwarves have them too. At the very bottom of the trading list is choirs, scrolls, and codexes. Buy a handful of them. They can sometimes get expensive if they're the codexes. But buy a couple of them. Doesn't matter if they're copies or originals. Just buy a couple of them. And once you've bought a couple of them, make a library zone. And once you've made a library zone, put a couple bookshelves in there. And your dwarves will go in there and read books. And they get very good thoughts from reading the books. And then if you have dwarves that want to wonder, and you have dwarves that maybe want to like do critical thinking or any kind of reading thoughts, then you put them, you set them in the like jobs screen. Well, hold on, I'll show you where the actual screen is. So it's one of the weirder screens to find, but if you hit O, you can set them to have an occupation. So you select a dwarf and go to the P screen in the dwarves' mind, which is their preferences, and then you hit O. You can give them an occupation and give them a scholar. If they're a scholar, they will go think, and if they make any discoveries or learn anything, then they can write books about that thing. And if they are a scribe, then they can copy books. So if you already have books, scribes can make copies of books. And then you can set up book binders and scroll makers and all that fun jazz. Make scroll rollers or tell them to bind books. Books are kind of complicated because you need thread, you need a book, you need a binding to bind it with, plus you need the quire with the written works on it to be bound into the book. And like all that stuff's like super fun, and dwarves do love it. You like how they worship beasts, but don't like them when they actually show up? I mean, I have a question. If you worship... Trying to think of like a real world example here. How many Christians do you think would actually be thrilled if rapture happens? Like, if God shows back up and says, "I'm back, guys. It's here for the world to end." How many people do you think would actually be ecstatic about that? I'll bet you like that there'd be a lot of people who'd be like, "Ah, fuck. I didn't finish painting all my Gundams," or something. Come back in 10 years. I got more Warhammer figures. This jerk showing up. Damn it, I haven't finished The Last of Us 2 yet. Kind of thing. Never did ascend in NetHack. The dwarves are here to trade now. And set copies to 5. I have, well, 340. As someone who was raised very Christian but is now very agnostic, I'm not going to dive into the religion doc just because, like, I don't know, it makes some people uncomfortable. But, like, unless you guys really want to. But what I'll say is, I always found that really fucking creepy. I was like, that is... No. Praise the flying spaghetti monster? I almost had a flying spaghetti monster in my apartment last night when I made pasta and then tripped. But I saved it, so it's fine. I only lost one noodle. We good. The thing is, you've seen my library. This one. This little thing. But have you seen my second library and book vault? This thing only has copies in it. All of the originals, or all of the originals of the ones that I was able to capture, are actually in this, like, double-locked vault down here. So, like, in here. They're all on these pedestals. And then you haven't seen my other library, which is also hidden. Something that I'm kind of doing with this fortress is I want this fortress to be fun for people to explore in adventure mode. So one of the things that I'm trying to do is build various things that would be fun for an adventurer to go and explore and find. No dogma, Catholic God is creature of pure energy behind all existing matters. It is a Catholic fact. Bruh, I was raised Lutheran. Like, I understand how the Christian religion works. I spent much time in Catholic and Lutheran and Protestant churches growing up. Yeah, I'm well aware. But I've seen Q in Star Trek, and I know how creepy that fucker can get, so I'm not a big fan of the idea of John Delancey being all around me all the time. Although, frankly, I think I would rather John Delancey than Jesus, but, you know. At least he's got a soothing voice. Anyway, Erdem says, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. Information has been updated to your maps. What request do you have from our merchants? All's metal! But yeah, I don't know. I will always find that shit creepy as fuck. Although John Delancey's constantly a mood. Let me find that. Can't take that clip. Okay, fine. I'll go grab it on Discord then. Duh. I'm looking for that I'll have 12 ice creams screenshot. You know what? Did I put? I did not. I don't know where I put it. Anyway. Have I watched Voyager? Not in like, not in its entirety and not in a long time. I always, out of every series of Star Trek I've seen at an extent, my least favorite was Voyager. Although I don't count Enterprise because I've seen about an episode and a half of that show and I hated it so much I never finished it. For me, it's a pretty close tie between DS9 and Next Generation for my favorites, followed up by the original series. And then after that, it's probably the movies, like the recent ones. I like those as like cheesy popcorn action flicks, so that they're after that. Then the original movies, then Voyager, then Enterprise, and I haven't seen anything else. So. I haven't seen Bridge Crew or Blower Decks. I haven't seen any of Discovery, and I also haven't seen any of Picard. Although I also haven't heard a single positive thing about Picard, so it's part of the reason I haven't seen Picard. And I usually wait for there to either the series is to be done so I can binge, or for people to start saying it's good. And everybody said that the first season of Discovery was bad, and I've started to hear people saying third season's pretty good, so. I think I've seen memes about that. I feel like I've seen that episode. My annoyance with Voyager is just how fucking horny everybody is all the time, but then again, I have the exact same issue with Next Generation. Everybody in Next Generation is just constantly trying to fuck each other for some reason, and it's always like, why? Stop it! God damn it! Go in a horny prison. Which, you know, can be entertaining, but... Oh, it's actually the thing that I like more about, DS9 over Next Generation is DS9 is like, they're better at keeping it in their pants. That's the only positive thing that I've heard about that show, though. Although there's some hype brewing for the newest season, so I don't know. Apparently the trailer's good. I haven't watched it. I think it was just the time. Like, it was just that time period. It's like, if you have male and female characters in a TV show, they have to fuck each other. Although I still praise Next Gen and DS9 for being more progressive than like anything else on television in that era, and maybe like still, except for maybe like very recently, because like all of Next Gen, there's just like that random dude in a dress in the background and constantly. It's like, huh, they were more progressive in this show than like anything on TV at the time. To go to horny jail to reduce stress. Yes. Some of your earliest memories of watching TNG with your mom. That's what... I mean, some of my earliest memories are watching Star Trek, the original series. I remember the original series... I can't remember the name of the episode, but the episode with the... alien... The two-parter episode with the aliens that can create barriers with their mind. Like, they can create, like... 100% real feeling and seeming illusions unless you just stop believing in them. Like that whole episode where they keep getting locked in the alien base, and then he's just like, you have to just not believe in them, and then he just walks through the wall. That memory is like burned into my brain as like one of my like favorite science fiction things I've ever seen. That was the moment as a little kid when I went, this is so much cooler than Star Wars. And you know what? I still feel that way to this day. I was the one kid in, like, my friend group who was like, guys, Star Trek, though. And I was like, yeah, fucking nerd. And I'm like, you guys watch Star Wars? And they're like, that's not for nerds. And I was like, ah. And, you know, like, there's individual episodes of Star Trek that are some of the best pieces of cinema ever created. Like, genuinely, like the I can never remember the name of it, but the metaphors episode in Next Generation is like just there's something about it. I will there's so many episodes of that series that's just like, this is some of the best pieces of cinema just ever created. Period. Star Trek has so many highs and so many fucking deep-ass lows. It's like, when Star Trek is good, it is some of the best shit ever made. When Star Trek is bad, it is so painfully cringy. You want to get up and leave and maybe cry. Did I watch Babylon 5? Very little of it. I've seen the vast majority of Stargate SG-1 and Atlantis, and I've seen the vast majority of Star Trek with the exception of Voyager, just because it was on TV at a time when I never had TV, and it was at a time where it was really difficult for me to find it, and I never ended up getting it on DVD, unlike Next Gen, DS9, and the original series, which we had on DVD. So I never really had the opportunity to give Voyager a fair shake. I really should try, but I just haven't. I've seen most of Battlestar Galactica, the remake, not the original one, though. Really like Battlestar Galactica. Battlestar Galactica was fun. Although, honestly, like, I think right now it's like my top 2 sci-fi series for television is probably or my top 3 favorite sci-fi series from television is probably Next Generation, The Expanse, DS9. Yeah. I feel like if I were to watch Voyager, I'd watch it with a watching guide, because there's so many of those for Star Trek where it's like, this is the list of the good episodes, and I just watch the good episodes, because Voyager, from what I've seen of it, and I've seen maybe a dozen episodes of Voyager, and every time it's like, oh, this is great, or oh god, this is awful, and there's like, Voyager always felt like the first 2 seasons of Next Generation, where it's like either extreme, like that first 2 episodes of I'm just fucking talking about Star Trek now. Those first 2 episodes of Next Generation, with the whole court sequence and like Q and the like taking humanity to court, like that episode is like, it's like a full-length like court drama movie. That's an incredible like 2 episodes, and then the rest of that season is horseshit with like some interesting character building moments, but the rest of that season is just bad. Like those 2 episodes, amazing. The rest of that season, it's just bad. Like, it's low budget, it's scrappy, it's corny as shit for no fucking reason. Riker doesn't have a beard. It's just, the only reason to watch that whole season is to appreciate bearded Riker, right? You watch that whole season and you're like, poof, this is hard to watch. And then like it ends and you see Riker with the beard and you're like, ha, Star Trek is here. It's fantastic. But I don't know. All right, we're buying stuff from the dwarves now. Black bronze, gold, black bronze, electrum, brass, steel. Riker without beard equals no Star Trek. Yeah, I mean, I've watched that whole season maybe 4 or 5 times. And there are 1 or 2 episodes in there that I will argue, like the first major character death is in that first season, and there are points later on in the show that call back to that episode where she dies, and it's like there's like reason to watch a couple of the episodes in that season just to like have the context for good episodes later in the show where those characters come back either from alternate dimensions or in like various other situations like the holodeck. But like, so it is worth watching a couple of episodes from that series, and it is also just worth watching that first season to become attached to those characters so that their deaths mean something, so that you're excited when they come back. But imagine Picard having a mullet. I can't imagine him with hair, like, at all, actually. It's, you know, it's like thinking about Bruce Willis with hair. And then you watch the original Die Hard and you're like, oh my God, he had hair. Because for some reason, like, I can't imagine Bruce Willis with hair. I just can't. It's completely impossible to me. Like, I think of Bruce Willis and it's like, hold on. Just looking up a good picture of Bruce Willis. It's like, I think about Bruce Willis and I think about Mr. Fucking Clean, you know? Like, that's Bruce Willis to me. But then it's just like, Bruce Willis in Die Hard 1. And it's like, oh my God, he has hair. Like, he's a different person. It's like, I don't know. It always just, like, I imagine him in that movie as bald. I don't imagine him in that movie with hair. And I've seen that movie every Christmas for the past, like, 10 years, I think. Totally just Googled Patrick Stewart with hair. Hold on, I need to look up Patrick Stewart with hair. Patrick Stewart. He's 81? Holy shit. Anyway, hair. Yeah, there's this image of him. Like, I love that Patrick Stewart aged to like 45 and then just like stopped aging. He looks identical now as he did as Picard, more or less. Also, Mind, how are you doing? You went bald very young? Yeah, I mean, it's just like I'm almost completely gray, which is why girls on Tinder accuse me of being older than I actually am. They're like, you're lying about your age. No, I'm not. I just have gray hair. Ow. My neck just cracked. It's been 3 days of me trying to do that. Lovely. Doing fine. Good to hear, mate. Good to hear. Also, main reason I haven't gone back to watch Babylon 5, Smartian, is there isn't any easy way to watch Babylon 5 legally in Canada without just buying it. It's not on any streaming service. It's like every one of these other shows, it's like, I can pay at most like $10 and just like be able to watch all of it. But not Babylon 5 for some reason. The Rock with hair. Dwayne Johnson. None that end happily. Hello, son. Usually Tinder stories that I have, or Bumble, or Hinge, or any of those fucking dating apps just end with me getting called old or getting ghosted. So, no. Not really. Do you regret every... Okay, hold on a second. Google. Dwayne Johnson hair. Yeah, he looks fine with hair. I don't know. No, online dating sucks. Online dating sucks unless you're a very conventionally attractive person. Or extremely fucking lucky. Or it also sucks if you have a non-conventional job, because a lot of the people on those apps are very conventional and don't understand the concept of jobs are not just like, you know, what people think of as normal jobs. So if you work in a weird industry, unless you're extremely rich, so like if you have a weird job but you're very wealthy, it doesn't matter. If you're like surviving and getting by and you have a weird job. Like I think like the one thing that I will always remember was I was talking with somebody on Tinder and we were hitting it off pretty well actually. This was like right before the pandemic hit. We were hitting it off and we'd been talking for like 4 or 5 days. The topic of work came up and I was like, well, best be honest, right? And we'd swapped from Tinder to texting and I told her what I do and her response was, Oh, I dated a YouTuber once in high school and I'm never stepping that low again, and blocked me. So, yeah, that's about as lucky as I've been on dating apps. So, yeah, just fuck dating apps. Last match I had ended with them telling me that I looked like I was 45, and it's like, bitch, I'm 27. What? I don't even have that much gray hair. Like, just this strip right there. This half, like, this chunk of my head is gray. But oh well. They love me. Girls are expensive. My own beer tab isn't generally. Damn. So many crafts. It's gonna be a lot of putting stuff away after this. Yeah, I don't know. Starting to give up, TBH. Because everybody's punching up, Willow-san. So when they realize that they haven't actually punched up and they've either gone down or level, they get mad and move on to the next person. And a lot of people, for some reason, don't understand the concept of being polite and saying goodbye. Some people figure that, oh, well, I'll just be clear. Which, you know, I don't actually mind all that much. If you just want to be direct and upfront that you're not interested, that's okay. But some people don't know how to do that tactfully or politely and just don't care. Or they just don't care to do it tactfully or politely. And, like, the difference between being a dude like me on a dating app and being... Well, I'll use a family member of mine, my future sister-in-law's experience on dating apps as an example. My experience on dating apps is like, look at the app for 10 minutes a day for 6 months and get maybe one match. And then never talk to them and maybe get one person that actually talks to me a year. And then it ends in nothing, usually. Versus her, she's on Tinder for an hour and has 35 matches and 15 people messaging her. So the issue is, if you're me, when I do get a match, it's a very rare occurrence. Where if you're somebody like her, it's so much analysis paralysis or problem of choice that, well, if you decide you're not interested in somebody, just fucking get rid of them, right? Move on. Just delete it. Just doesn't matter. So it's not a fair contest, but life isn't fair, so, you know, we move on. Wogarden, what up? How's things? It's okay. I have a cooler job than almost anybody I've ever matched with on Tinder, so. Except for that one person who was in a band, but that's besides the point. That was more of a, I saw you in the crowd today. It was just kind of a to say hi. Thanks for coming to the show. Unlab. All right. So yes, dating apps are fucking miserable. But I still have 2 of them installed for some stupid fucking reason. You just married a girl who spilled pop on you in high school? I tried to marry a girl I met in high school, and then she dumped me. For still confusing reasons, but... If you don't have to, don't. A girl you startled by dropping a pen in your teacup. Yep. Normal people. Although I will always be amused by my Oma, who is 90 years old and forgets things. She has had a hell of a life and probably has really bad PTSD. carried her son across the border from East Germany to West Germany shortly after World War II, and has had 2 husbands and like probably one of the craziest lives you could ever have had. And she always pesters me about how I don't have a girlfriend. And like whenever I'm left alone with her for more than 2 minutes, it's so why don't you have a girlfriend? And then she is always the, wait, do you not want a girlfriend? And then it's like, no, I would like a girlfriend, but like it's difficult to meet people. And always my excuse is, well, she can't get up and she can't walk, basically. She's basically stuck on this sofa that she lives on. And I'm like, why don't you have a boyfriend? And she looks at me and it's like, she always gets like this, like, because she's like living in a time loop. Like she forgets what she said like 30 minutes ago. And she always looks at me like, well, I don't ever leave my apartment. I'm like, I have the same problem. She's like, well, of course I don't have a boyfriend. I can't leave my apartment. I can't walk. I'm like, well, I work from home and never leave my apartment. And there's no reason to go outside. And I can't drive. And I live in a part of town that no young people live. So it's like, when you get a boyfriend, I'll go find a girlfriend. She goes, okay. And then she asks me again 30 minutes later, and we have the same conversation. Navy, what up? It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. You technically met through Craigslist? I know a few people who technically met through Craigslist. I know somebody who met his girlfriend, which lasted for like 5 years until they finally broke up. Or I used to know. I used to work with a guy who had a girlfriend that he knew for 5 years because he sold his stereo on Craigslist and she bought his stereo. He ended up buying her coffee with the money that she paid for the stereo. I made you smile with that last one. You're welcome. See, I don't have any like good Tinder stories, but I have good tangential stories that are related to dating. Another kind of funny thing, which is actually like a thing that I was talking to a friend of mine about, and I was talking with my friend Kevin about this once, and then he referenced that a comedian had said the exact same thing, which is the part of town I live in, right? I live, like, from downtown Vancouver, it's about an hour and 20 minutes on the train or a 40-minute drive to where I live, right? From downtown Vancouver. Downtown Vancouver is where all of the socializing I actually do happens. Like, it's where all of the metal shows I go to happen. It's where the majority of the fancy breweries I like to go to on my days off happen. It's where the record stores are that I go to buy records if I want to go buy records. It's where, like, all of my social outlets happen if I'm going to go somewhere. Or it's, like, Port Moody, which is in the other direction, less distance, but similar distance. And it's, like, the 1 or 2 times I've met people downtown, and let's just say we're in a bar, and let's just say we're drunk, and they're like, do you want to go home kind of thing. Nobody ever wants to actually come out this far because it's by the time you're like a third of the way there, you're sobered up enough to go, this is a mistake, and then you fuck off. So every time that's come anywhere near to actually happening, when the discussion of, well, where are you located happens, it's always just a no-go purely because of distance. And it's just like, apparently there's a local stand-up comedian who I can't remember the name of, who was saying quite literally the exact same thing. He's like, I do shows downtown all the time, but I live in Abbotsford, which is even further than I am. It's like an hour and a half drive, like 3 hours on transit. He's like, no one's ever gonna fucking come home with me because of how fucking far away I live. Apparently the new generation does not have enough sex, does not have enough sex and children to replace the old generation. Yeah, well, that's a different problem. I mean, I don't want kids, and if I have kids, there's a problem. I am so fucking disabled. If I ever have a child, they probably would be, I would feel bad for them. I'll put it that way. Low boot, iron. 1? Was that what you wanted? 1? Yes. Crutches. There's like a 70% chance they'd be completely blind if I had a kid, for one thing. I mean, it's not a super uncommon problem. Living on the outskirts of town will just do that. It's just kind of funny. I've got a lot of chat to read. I'll get caught up in a sec. Queuing these so I don't get in trouble with the king. You weren't able to stick around for Norco last night. How'd it go? Found the demo, but first impressions? Probably my favorite game of the year. Gonna try and finish it tonight. So far, it's my favorite game of the year that I've played. Your mom tried to set you up with one of her friend's kids. You got dragged to dinner at a friend's house, and she was like, "You look familiar." And I was like, "Yeah, you're the guy stabbed with a pitchfork." Why did... Okay, now there's another question attached to this that I'm much more interested in. Why did you get stabbed with a pitchfork? Your great aunt is the same way. You'd visit her on the weekends to help her around the house, and she'd always pester you about not having a boyfriend. I'd be like, "Auntie, do you not see how I look?" She's like, "That's horseshit. Get yourself a girlfriend." Well, at least she's encouraging. Have I missed anything else? Tinder is mostly made on that way. Yeah, no. I mean, let's look at any of the statistics. It's true. Thanks for a lot. Making bins, boots, picks, crafts for trading. Still trying to clear all these goddamn boulders out. You think your merchants are bugged? Some of them somehow ended up on your walls with some yak cows? Do they have a way out? Maybe something scared them and they jumped. It's just like the classic DF saying, how do you get an elephant into a tree? Startle it and let it jump. How do you get an elephant out of a tree? Wait for the leaves to fall. How's the fortress going? Pretty all right. Starting to get worried about the population count again, but all right. If they're standing on a leaf when the leaf happens to fall, yeah. If they're standing on a branch, which is what they usually stand on, no. Sure as well. So if something's in a tree and fall happens and the leaves fall, if they happen to be standing on the leaves, they go thump and fall through it. But that doesn't... Usually they stand on the branches, so it doesn't matter anyway, so just chop the tree down. There's an open house next door and a lazy lady... Oh, God. Her on the rock wall and a stomp, and I watched for a minute, and she was dragging her bottom end. You had to go to assist, and you got a sweet high five. No more damage, and it... Do more damage. Well. Well, I mean, if you happen to have elephants on your map. Maybe. Oh, it did not do damage. I was like, that's... Why would you be excited about your car having damage done to it? But I'm just excited because I get to go gardening tomorrow. And I get to not stare at my bank account and cry about it being empty because taxes. But I get to go pick up more plant pots for my patio and figure out what I'm going to plant in new garden, which I'm excited about. What biome? Savannah, I think? I actually haven't seen that many elephants. Last time I saw elephants, they were undead. So that was not a good experience. I don't have enough yellow. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they spawn in Savannah, but I think it depends. They're not super common. They're one of those things where you like kind of need to get lucky to find them. Yeah, okay. About 4 years before you went to that friend's house to ride horses, you got told to go get her from the barn and tell her dinner was ready. You went to the barn and called out to her, and she didn't respond. She was pitchforking hay into a stall, so you tapped on her shoulder, and she spun around, and the pitchfork ended up in your leg. Huh. She pulls off her Walkman headphones and notices the pitchfork in your leg. Pulls it out and blood sprays. She screams, I fell over. In pain, probably. That sounds like stitches in a hospital trip, but also it's kind of amazing. I ended up dating my ex because I was at a scout camp and I brought a stereo with me and was blasting music really loudly, and it happened to be a song that she knew. Because I was that asshole that would bring a stereo camping. No stitches, just a tetanus shot. Okay, yeah, that too. I love the detail of pulls the Walkman headphones out. That's the best detail of that story. Am I out of Kimberlite? Yes, actually. Okay. We need to go mine more Kimberlite. No. I require more blue rock. Well, hopefully you never need one. How you doing? I'm doing alright. How are you doing? You're just staying alive, I hopes? Staying healthy? Not, like, trying to stab your family? Norco's really, 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 really good. That's mostly how we doing. Also, investments open, apparently. Work tomorrow, so we'll call in tonight. Alrighty, mind. You have a good one. See you Tuesday, maybe. Take care of yourself, man. Family's 2,000 kilometers from you, so no. I mean, I don't know if you're texting your family or not. Kind of assume you're not talking much. Also trying to, you know, not be super, what's the word? Downer? I don't know. If you could only play one game the rest of your life for some reason and no DF exists, what game would I play? NetHack. Next question. I don't know if, is that cheating? Saw a bit of Norco and you went to bed? Gotcha. Yeah, I think you did stick around a little. You didn't have dreams of this monkey? Apparently that monkey is optional. You can leave that monkey at your house. Not take it with you. What ratio do you recommend? I recommend making dwarves that want to be scholars scholars, and what dwarves that want to be scribes scribes. Make the dwarves do the thing that make them happy. So it very much varies from fort to fort and what I'm trying to do with the fort. I don't really have a specific number, but I'm also not a min-maxer, so I don't know. I'm very much just somebody who plays games and enjoys the process without worrying too much about it. Good luck, Elomino. Just because that's a pretty big investment. Where the fuck is this dwarf going? Oh, wow. I didn't realize. Okay. I guess, yeah, there would be, like, boulders all the way down there. Damn. All right. But the thing that the thing about scribes and scholars, because they're not jobs, they're occupations, which are two separate things. Occupations are not as mandatory as jobs. So like a scribe can be a scribe, but also a mason, right? And they can take breaks from being a scribe and go off and do other things. Same with scholars. Like they can be a scholar, but also like be a miner or something else. And then they can take breaks from doing that and then move off and do something else. So, rip Elomino, sorry. New Savannah start, you're going to try my suggestion for leather armor, 2 shields. Leather armor, 2 shields, and take down an elephant. Don't take down an elephant. Train it. Breed it. Make baby elephant. And send them into Wah. With Dwarf on it back. More elephants for the win. Yeah. That's just because of how big they are. A lot of this stuff is just getting put away because I've been using so much of it. Question about digging. If you tunnel below a tree and then chop down the tree, it leaves a hole in the place where the tree is. Is this the same if you chop down a tree and then dig a tunnel where it stood? So basically, if you chop down a tree, it removes the floor tile that is connected to the bottom of the tree. But the floor tile is replaced with grass if there's nothing beneath it. Basically making like a grass floor tile, which is very thin, but in Dwarf Fortress is impenetrable because all materials are impenetrable. Unless you drop something heavy on it, but that's a different discussion. If there's no tree there, like if you chop down a tree and then you dig under it, there will still be grass on there. If the tree's there and you dig under it and then chop the tree down, there won't be any grass there. Does that make sense? A dwarf riding an elephant. Tiny little guy on top of a massive elephant. How about 50 dwarves riding an elephant? How's that? God, I don't know why the frame rate in this fortress is so good right now. It's like actually kind of fantastic frame rate. Question about digging. If you tunnel below a tree and then chop the tree down, it leaves a hole. Okay, I already read that. What, like 50 dwarves riding an elephant? I mean, you can draw that fan art, but I don't think that's possible. I mean, you could imagine it, but mounts aren't a thing in Fortress mode, unfortunately, but they aren't. As much as I would love them to be a thing, they are not a thing. Do I have any DF stories? I have a recent one. I've got plenty, but I got a recent one. Not too long ago in this fort, like just a couple weeks ago, there was a dwarf named Kickroast. Now, Kickroast was married. She had a bunch of kids. But she was also the lover of about 9 other dwarves in the fort. Whole bunch of other dwarves in the fort. She was an active lover with the king of this whole civilization, as well as a whole bunch of different dwarves in the fort. Very friendly individual, was friends with everybody, healthy, open relationship with her husband, and everybody got along just great. Then one of her kids got kind of tantrumy and started tantruming, which dwarves will do when they get really stressed, and he punched his mom, which led to all of her lovers immediately going berserk and then attacking the son, which would be fine when the son died, aside from the problem of the son died almost immediately. And then mom was like, you kill my child, and then she went berserk, and then they killed the mom, and then they were all like, oh no, our lover's dead, blah, and then they started killing each other and blaming each other for it. And I lost like 5 dwarves in the span of about 10 seconds, and then like managed to calm them all down by expelling one of them and quarantining one other in a room until he stopped tantruming, and then everything just kind of settled down. Even earlier in this fortress, I had two dwarves that were a married couple, and another dwarf that was the mayor, and the husband out of the married couple got a little tantrumy and started committing crimes. So the mayor put him in prison. Then when he came out of prison, he tantrumed again and broke a window. And the mayor was like, how dare you break my window? And then the dwarf was like, and then he's like, crime, I will give you a beating, and sent the captain to give him a beating. And, well, the captain got a little bit overzealous with the beating and killed him. So now his wife's still alive. And before the body even got put into the into the coffin, the mayor and that dwarf's widowed wife got married. The body hadn't even been put away yet. They were right next to it. It was in the tavern, next to the mayor, and just... Then they had kids. Anyway, Dwarf Fortress. It's a video game. What else do we have? I had a dwarf die because they were trying to pet their cat in a fortress ages ago. I had this very precarious staircase going down a very, 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 very deep cavern layer. And there was like a ledge, and they had a pet cat. And there was like a 2-tile break, and the cat went down the ladder and jumped over to the ledge, and a dwarf followed it and jumped over to where the cat was. The cat jumped back, and the dwarf couldn't get back. The dwarf tried to, and I was literally like watching the dwarf building a bridge to him, like trying to build a bridge to him, going like, okay, we'll just build you a bridge, and then we'll bring you back over. So I'm like, first tile's down, and he tries to jump to the tile, grabs onto the edge, falls down, hangs there for a few seconds, and then goes, wah! He does the flee, you fools, scene that Gandalf did in the You Shall Not Pass when he falls off the edge in Moria and goes, wah! Splat. That was fun. Recently in a different fortress I had called Hotbeards, I had a were creature that showed up, and it was like, we're gonna bite you and infect all you guys and make you into fly, you fools, yes. I'm going to infect all of you, and runs into the fortress, and then got distracted by a water buffalo in the creek, jumps into the creek and gets flown over the waterfall and goes, wee, splat at the bottom of the waterfall. That was pretty great. Trying to think. I don't know. I got tons. They come back to me occasionally, but over on my YouTube channel, I used to do a series called Today in Dwarf Fortress, which was just like short little lore stories. Oh, this fortress very early on in like the first year, or two, first 5 years of this fortress, so like back in 2020, back in August 2020 most likely, there was two kobolds that showed up to try and steal my shit, and I like kobolds, so I usually just kind of try and keep the dwarves from killing them when they show up, because kobolds are cute. Anyway, they run in, and one of them grabbed one of my some items from my fort, and they tried to run off with them, and they made it off, and I was very proud of them. And then they came back a little bit later to do the same thing, but there was a human visiting, and the human visiting was like, "Oh God, kobolds!" and started shooting arrows at them, and shot one of the two kobolds' legs off, and then ran up and punched his face in and killed the kobold. And I was very sad. I was like, "Oh, you poor fucking kobold." Anyway. once it's done saving, I can show you the end of it because they were named Gurgi Khalildis and I can't remember the name of the other one. It was Gurgi Khalildis and something. I'll tell you in a second once the game's done saving because I can't do anything right. Because we made a statue for them. After this save screen moves away. Quick save screens are not Dwarf Fortress's superpower. There we go. All right. So if I go over here and I go all the way up here, and I go right here we made this statue. It's a nice statue made out of nice. A Kaljarorber, that was the name of it. So it's Kaljarorber and Gurgi Khalildis. For reference, Kaljarorber was the kobold that died in my fortress. And this is a masterful, nice statue of Kaljarorber created by Cassiopeia. So I made a statue of Kaljarorber because I felt bad because we killed him. On the item is an image of a masterfully designed image of Kaljarorber and the kobold Gurgi Khalildis in Nice by Cassiopeia Star. Kaljarorber is embracing Gurgi Khalildis. The artwork relates to the marriage of Kaljarorber and Gurgi Khalildis in the early spring of year 5. They were married.
Happy planetary rotation state.
Congratulations. That's the second resub of the day and the first notification of money on the stream in 4 hours almost. Cheers, dude. Been a quiet day today. Thank you much. Jack, can I get a big round of beers? Merc, keeping that sub alive for 3rd month. Way to buzzkill it, man. Also, hi, audio. What's up? I think I'm gonna do this. It's all good. I will occasionally make comments, but I have no problem with you using it. It's just kind of funny. Oh, there's like one tile I can't build on right there. You build a ramp and they're still up there? Have you already traded with them? Yeah, then they're booked. Actually, deconstruct and reconstruct your trade depot. Like, turn it on and off again. Off and on again? Yeah, that. But you just don't care. Oh, and so you're just trying to make it go away. I get you. Well, you should save it for when other people resub Merc, and then you can maybe get free emotes out of a hype train or something. If you time it correctly. Or just, like, you resub when I'm offline if you really don't want people to see it. I think there is a way of, like, just skipping it, though. Yeah, okay. I get you. Beside the share button? Yeah, no, there is a way to skip it, but they've moved that button a couple of times, and I keep forgetting where it is. Because I usually just share mine. Don't worry about it. Regardless, though, thank you for the 3 months. And the Patreon and all that crap. All that shizzle. What, you and me fighting? Pablo? I mean, PBR is trash garbage beer for people with no flavor or who desire no flavor or are lacking in taste buds. But yeah, no, sometimes that'll happen. It's not something you should go out of your way to do because they will consider all of those items stolen when you destroy the depot. So keep that in mind. Don't do that frequently, but that is, like, sometimes they'll get stuck, and that is a way to fix it usually, is by just destroying the depot. I wouldn't know. I've never had their coffee. Also, would you actually consider that a fight? Because I wasn't particularly fighting. I'm not above drinking garbage beer sometimes. I pretend to be more of an elitist than I actually am. I've had Hogarden a couple of times when in California. It's drinkable. The only thing that I ever really remember about PBR is that a person I know through the Twitch industry refers to PBR as road sodas, which always concerns me a little bit. He's like, I need a road soda to go. It's like, and then goes into the gas station and comes up with a can of PBR. He's like, okay, we're good to go. It's like, what? It was one of those people that's just like, you've had too many, like, DUI charges in your life. He goes, yup. What, the PBR is called road sodas? I mean, we have that equivalent here, but we don't call them road sodas. Molson? No. There are worse Canadian beers than Molson. Kokanee. Is generally the one that people would refer to. Road soda. Although people who are saying that are like, I need a Coke to go, which is like the equivalent of joking, I'm going to go get a DUI because you're getting a Kokanee to go. It's like your 4.8% trash garbage beer that tastes like piss in a can. It's like slightly diluted alcoholic water. It's garbage with like a weedy aftertaste. It's purchasable at strip clubs and golf courses. And like Denny's, I think. Pretty sure Denny's has Kokanee. That or Hell's Gate Lager is equally terrible, but kind of like making this into a half moon. Gonna take a little bit to fill it out, but that's what this is going to end up being. So it's gonna be a weird blotted sky, is what the background's gonna look like. Still just weirded out by how well my YouTube channel's been doing. It's like, it makes no sense to me. It's like YouTube just decided it's time to like start recommending my videos to people. It's like, why couldn't you have done this like a year ago?
YouTube. Anyway. Slash end rant YouTube bullshit. Somebody on the DF subreddit has a screenshot of an elf that had a tantrum and killed a bunch of dwarves with gold coins. Am I doing pixel art? Sort of. I mean, not pixel art. Pixel art would be like if me looking at a sprite sheet, which I'm not doing. I'm just kind of making art. I have all of these fancy colors that are only really useful as for crafts. And so it's like, well, I'm like a third of the way through this fortress pretty much, right? The Google algorithm finally noticed blind. Partially, I mean, it's noticed me before, but it noticed me the first time I uploaded a DF news video, which was like right when Steam DF was announced, basically. Or rather, right when they released the first ever screenshots of it, they noticed me. But they haven't really noticed me since. I've had a few videos do all right, and some videos do well, but nothing do like crazy. But recently, it's not, but previously it was only ever the DF news videos, but recently it's like other things are actually doing well. Like this one's getting recommended to people now. This one was getting recommended the other day or a couple days ago. Like the Soul Ash videos all did really well when that came out. Like this one's getting views now for some reason or another, which I'm not totally sure why. So I don't know, like videos are just doing better than they did previously. Like everything is just doing better than previously. So I don't know. Not dollars? Apparently people are searching for Shadows of the Forbidden Gods. Maybe somebody posted footage of it. Well, I mean, these are my YouTube stats. Here you go. I mean, is it doing much better than normal? No, but like this is like more normal. And then this was me since I started taking longer weekends. But like basically since there. And it's been like really consistent basically since like the 29th of March, pretty much. But like not that long, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, my goal for YouTube is 1 million views a month, which is lofty. my first goal was to get 100 views per video, and my second goal is 1 million views a month. 1 million views a month is, although those things are bullshit, don't worry about those. Those analytics are completely useless. It's more than normal. Doesn't mean shit. But, 1 million views a month is the number where it's like, all right, I'd be matching what I make on Twitch, pretty much. Well, a bit above what I make on Twitch currently. But I want YouTube to do well enough that I don't need to scream, hey, like, subscribe to twitch.tv/blind IRL, because, like, then at that point I can be significantly less obnoxious and money grabby on stream. I don't like having to do that. It sucks. Never fun to, like, have to basically guilt trip people into throwing money at you. Some people are better at it than others, and I'm terrible at it. I just feel bad. But it is genuinely something I need to do relatively frequently. Letting people know that I also live stream? Well, I mean, no, that's not what I'm saying. Like, what I'm saying is saying, hey, in order to pay my bills, I need you to subscribe. Like, basically, like, that sub counter up there needs to stay above 300. If it goes below 300, I'm in trouble. And, like, on top of that, then I need about another $400 in tips a month. And if I'm not making that, I'm in trouble. Combined with what I currently make from Patreon. Because if I make less than that, then I'm going into debt. So it's like it's scary sometimes. It's an inconsistent job, you know. Some months I'll make enough for 2 months, some months I'll make enough to barely pay rent, sometimes I won't. Like there was 1 month last year where I made $800, which isn't even enough to cover my rent. So I don't know, it's a weird industry. And my hope for YouTube is that it gets to a point where I don't need to worry about that as much. Your expenses just tripled. Yeah, moving sketch. Don't like moving. The stream helps though. Well, I mean, this stream is cheaper entertainment than going to the movies. Because as you know, as much as I say that I sometimes bitch, you don't actually have to give me money. You can totally just watch this stream for free forever, and that's totally fine. I ain't gonna lock shit behind a paywall or anything, so. Endgame was the last movie you saw? I saw The Matrix in theaters. You watch the ads? I'm so sorry. You can ad block them if you want. I get about 90 cents a day in ads because I don't run ad breaks. If I ran ad breaks, I'd get like maybe $10 a day in ads. Actually, no, not quite. If I ran ad breaks on Twitch once an hour and ran as many ads as they want me to, I'd make about $6 a day maybe. But I don't want you to have to see any ads. One ad is more than enough for the entirety of my stream. I would pay Twitch to remove ads. If Twitch gave me the option where it's just like, pay out what you would make them in ad revenue, I would consider it. Because I want you guys to be able to watch this stream ad-free. I also pass on most sponsors because I don't want to have to sell you guys stuff. Like, I just don't like that. That part of the industry isn't something I like. But I also try to let people know that I live stream in the videos, Crazed. But it's actually kind of, and like, I also upload my VODs to YouTube, right? But you'd be amazed how many people, like, don't figure it out. Like, you'd be amazed. Real sneaky loser. What's RSL? I'm not cool with you seeing ads, even if not subbed. Oh, they offer me sponsorships maybe once a month. Also, RAID doesn't deserve an acronym. Should stop giving them that. Yeah, no, they offer me sponsorships maybe once a month. They're usually like $300 starting with a maximum potential earning of like up to $2,500. But then I'd have to convince like 100 of you, or a couple hundred of you to download it, which frankly, I know for a fact I couldn't do. And two, I think it would be much better for everybody if Raid Shadow Legend croaked like a dead animal and vanished from society. Because all that they really do is scam some people out of their money. Disgusting. Disgusting company. Absolutely disgusting. So, yeah, no, I would never take that. Also got offered a War Robots one, which is similar, and also fuck that game too. Some people can do that kind of memeage. It's kind of strange. I play games that deserve my support. And I'll take sponsorships if it fits the stream. But those are very rare. Like, I'm debating on taking a sponsorship with a coffee company, but they're kind of non-specific as to what they require from me, and I don't like that. And I haven't read the contract yet because I've been working, so read that tomorrow and we'll see what that looks like, but probably won't take it. Kit Fox has never paid me to do anything. Also, I probably wouldn't take their money even if they offered it, because I know that they're not a huge budget studio. You know what'd be really neat? I can't do this now because of poor planning. But if I could make like a half moon on this floor, that becomes a full moon when it snows. If only I'd planned this better. Oh well. I'd have to move my tavern, and I ain't doing that. That thing is too stuck in its spot. Whoever moved. But I'll just put this bluntly, Merc. I don't like taking sponsorships with companies that I want to be critical of, especially to play games. Like I got paid by Hyperstrange, which is Jupiter Hell's publisher, to stream a YouTube video on the Jupiter Hell's Steam page for a few days, during a big sale that they had. But that's like them licensing the use of one of my videos, so that's not even a sponsorship. But the second it's like, you're paid to play this game, as somebody who likes to be critical of games, then I'm suddenly biased. And even if they're like, yeah, you can say whatever you want, it doesn't fucking matter. And I really hate it when people have the argument of, oh, you can say whatever you want after you've been paid. Doesn't fucking matter. You have a subconscious bias the second you've been paid once. Which is why I will never say anything critical about any Ubisoft product, because they paid me an upsettingly large amount of money to play Anno 1800 the month that came out. So it's like, I will say fuck Ubisoft, and I will never stream any of their other games, because I can't be critical, because they've paid me too much money. Same with Team 17. I'm very sketched out about playing Team 17 games because I've been sponsored to play 2 of their releases, and I took part in the Worms 25th anniversary live stream, which was an 8-hour event that me and my team ran, where we played every single game in the Worms franchise overnight, which was a lot of fun, and they paid us pretty well for that. But it's like, I'm very biased when it comes to Team 17 related things, so I can't say anything critical about anything that Team 17 puts out. Like, if I want to consider myself an even remotely critical person about games, which I like to consider myself that to a degree, I have to be really careful about what sponsorships I take. So I wouldn't take a sponsorship from KitFox even if they offered it. It's just like if Tarn offered to pay me to do something, I'd be like, fuck no, I'll pay you. And then I'm my patron. Pledged him. Okay, what am I doing here? It's like all of those MMO streamers that are constantly getting drops and are constantly getting drops and are constantly getting sponsored by the, like, all those Black Desert Online streamers, I'll be more specific, who are constantly getting drops and constantly getting sponsored by Pearl Abyss to play Black Desert Online. There's like a small economy of that. I know one of those people. He doesn't play Black Desert Online. He gets paid by the studio to play Black Desert Online. He's like, he considers himself like live QA, but also gets paid by his audience. I've always done this job with the take of, you guys pay me to stream games that I'm interested in. You guys don't pay me to stream games so that I can find people to stream games that I'm not interested in because they're paying me to stream them. That's just weird. And a lot of streams run their entire economy on that, and they find games that they like, and they figure out ways to get paid to play that, but that's not a sustainable feedback loop, in my opinion. I feel like that's... And yeah, people are like, oh, I don't mind, but I do. It's not sustainable for me and my brain and my ethics and what I want to do in this industry. I got into doing this because I love video games criticism. I got into doing this because I love reading critical pieces about games. I got into doing this because I like journalistic integrity, which is a dumb fucking thing to say. But fuck Raid Shadow Legends. And screw influencers. I don't like being an influencer. I like being an entertainer who creates entertaining content for free, and if people want to support it, you can. It's always been my take on things. That was an unfortunately long rant. I'm sorry. Krabicus, you're an adult. Do you have any jobs? Yes, I did give you time. And give the dwarves a break because they've been busy for a while. Oh, wait, what? Oh, you need crutches as well. Anyway, with all that rambling aside, this is why I have a Patreon. I don't know where to go from there. Even if it did spawn from a couple of idle jokes, I suppose. I suppose. You know, I like to be a critical, independent news source. I don't like being a extension of somebody's marketing budget. If you want to be an extension of a company's marketing budget, go nuts. I mean, obviously, because cats are quick breeders that, like, grow up quickly. Obviously, that's why it's cats. I don't know. I haven't cooked a cat in this fort in a very long time. Although, actually, I would have an argument as to why cats are a bad one. It's because they have a habit of claiming dwarves. All other animals need to be made available as pets. So it's and once an animal has claimed, or once an animal is claimed as a pet, or a cat is claimed a dwarf as a pet, then they can't be slaughtered. So you can more efficiently and effectively slaughter pigs than cats, and they have the same grow-up time. So, aside from trying to make people uncomfortable because they like cats, I would actually argue, like, yeah, slaughtering cats, they're fine, but cats are the only creature that can't be assigned as a pet because they claim dwarves as pets. So it works the opposite direction. So for most animals, if you go into the animal screen, you can make them available as a pet. This cougar is now available as a pet. Or, like, make this unicorn available as a pet. Or, I don't know, what's something else I have? This cow behind my camera is now available as a pet. But a cat, they're just listed as unavailable. Also, I have 2 emus that I need to put away, which I totally forgot about. But if you have a cat is set as unavailable, and they don't, you can't set them as available. They pick a dwarf, and that dwarf becomes the cat's pet. They are the only creature in the game that works that way. Also, apparently I do have a cat in the fort, which I can release. I don't know if it's dead. It might be dead. I don't know how long it's been in that cage, but... Nope, you can't train cats. And if a cat is the pet of a dwarf in the military, the cat will try and have a present ready for the dwarf when they come back. They will welcome them home. Cats are actually the most advanced AI of any tame livestock in the game. Mm-hmm. Yep. They are the most complex AI next to dwarves in Dwarf Fortress, as far as I know. Yeah, they have the most complex behaviors that they have the most complex behaviors of all of the creatures that aren't considered sentient. It's almost like Tarn's a cat person. You'd rather put your money towards necessities and upgrades and entertainment, such as getting you a fuck coffee mug and talking you into making that a fake sponsor bit? Why don't we just, like, pool our funds together and start a coffee roaster called Fuck Coffee. Except it would have to be like... No, it would have to be like... There you go. So that you could actually put it on a sign and not get in that much trouble. Also, Dwarf Fortress wasn't working. It's because I was still in Twitch chat. Dump all these. All right, well, we have chicken eggs and emu eggs. I'm going to forbid them emu eggs, and we're going to get some baby emus. Isn't that like a restaurant, though? Wasn't there a restaurant that was like that? It was like there was the... Or was that like a parody thing on The Onion? I don't even know. I swear I remember reading about a like restaurant somewhere in the States where the whole gimmick was everybody treats you like shit. But maybe that was a comedy bit. I don't know. Very well might have been. It'd have to be in coffee container form. Otherwise, that's in Philly. Is that a real thing? Okay. I mean, hold on. Let's see if Google. I'm sure Google can help me. Restaurant that treats you yeah, okay. Dick's Last Resort, apparently. Dick's Last Resort is best known for service with sarcasm. Never a dull moment. Yeah, it's called Dick's Last Resort, apparently. Apparently there's a cake place in Vancouver called Eat Your Cake and Fuck Off, which... oh, they're delivery only. Yeah, that makes sense. Probably like a fake company. Yeah, I mean, it's like the Rainforest Cafe. Speaking of dicks, one sponsorship I did accept was I had a 1 minute long paid ad segment for Dick's Sporting Goods. And the only reason I accepted, it was like $30 that they paid me, but it was like, the only reason I accepted it was because I had to say dicks.com 12 times in a minute. And I had to read this script that included the word dicks.com, and I had to read it all in a minute while looking at the website. And it was just way too funny. I couldn't do it without laughing. By the end of it, I was like cackling. It was way too funny. Also, I really want to know how much they paid for dicks.com. Because it's Dick's Sporting Goods, but like, they have the URL for just dicks.com. A restaurant that held a reviewer hostage for 4 hours and made him eat 3 types of foam? Did they go to prison? Like what? Did the reviewers sign up for this? Because that doesn't sound legal. Like, that seems very illegal. But that's just my default feeling about that. You know, maybe that's somebody's fetish, internet pencil, or Ethernet pencil, but all I can say is I don't want to. If I'm going to go order food, I don't want to get insulted. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to pay you money for food. Like, at least be, like, decently nice to me. It would still feel artificial, even that's a version of their customer service, but whatever. Yeah, that too. I mean... Yeah, it's like the absolute opposite of going to a strip club. now that I think about it. Yeah, which also feels extremely fake and artificial. Besides, if I wanted to get berated, I'd just go hang out with my grandmother. Not my Oma, she's lovely. But my grandma. No, they didn't go to prison, and no, the reviewer and friends didn't sign up for it. What? It was one of those places that takes its experience art way too seriously? Huh. Okay. You know what, like I said, whatever people are into, what am I to judge? If you want to see like weird experience art, though, you should go look up the announcement event for. Why am I blanking on the name of this game? Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. The announcement for that. The announcement event for that. It was like a fake dating app called Tinder that you had to install, and it turned into an ARG with a bunch of other random stuff. And then after messing around on this fake dating app for months trying to figure it out, eventually it like sent you an email saying you had to show up at a thing, and everybody had to pretend to be vampires, and then they tied people up in a back room and like took them into hallways and like interrogated them and gave them fake drugs and all kinds of like very strange things. And then eventually like a guy comes out to make an announcement and like spews out like how he's a vampire and gonna take over the world, and then like a guy comes up and like stabbed him to death, and they carried him off, and they're like, by the way, we're announcing a video game. Also, hi Jess, thanks for the raid. Hi old guy, hey Spafar, hey Alistair, what's up? How's everybody doing? Hey Infinity, what up? Dead sleepy? You sleepy? Go take midday nap. It all good. How's I don't know which journey, what part of that game you're on. How was Weird West today? Was it fun? Was it good? Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs middle. The strange I was talking about, we were talking about weird performance art, and I was rambling about the announcement event that Paradox did for Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, which was like an ARG turned like bar night party where they did some really strange things. I mean, people were all like into, like, it's not like people didn't know what they'd signed up for. People knew what they were in for at that thing. I know 3 people that were at it, and they all say it was great, so. Posted sauce in general channel. Oh, that's a good sign. I think I will eat that. I will read that later. Eat that later? I mean, maybe it's lunchtime. Really enjoying? I'm glad. Glad that you're liking it. Watching people play Weird West makes me really, 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 really want to play Might and Magic Dark Messiah again, which I haven't played since I owned the disc for it, like ages ago. But it's same designer as that. And TLDR, he literally just like, best kick button in a video game. Like, just go to YouTube and type in Dark Messiah Might and Magic kick button. And you'll get, like, many, many, many montages of just press F to kick. Just punting people off of cliffs. No, it's also what you were talking about. I will read it later. Although I don't know how long of an article. If it's a really short article, I can read it now. Just don't know if you guys want me to just like stare blankly at a screen for a bit. Also, how have I been streaming for 6.5 hours? I was like, I'll do a short Longdeath session today. It's like I'm 6 hours in. Just waiting for this year to end. Then we're gonna go play some Mothfall for a little bit. But before we go play Mothfall for a little bit, I need lunch. It wasn't really journalists. It was like it was a mix of journalists, fans, influencers, and various people that took part in an ARG, and then they dropped them all off, or rather, they didn't drop them off, but they told them to show up at this bar in San Francisco, and it was a fully paid for party, but there was vampires at the party, and they had to figure out who the vampires were, and they were like taking people back, were figuring the puzzles out, and like tying them up and interrogating them and giving them fake drugs and taking their blood and putting little dots on their necks saying that they'd been like all that shit, and then they ended up like stabbing a guy, pretend stabbing a guy to death on stage. They had like they live streamed the whole thing. I watched part of it. It's a good action adventure RPG, but the inventory management is so unintuitive at times it's frustrating. I have a question. Did you ever play Dishonored? Did you play Dishonored? Because that's also the same designer. Sounds like a mega game like Watch from the Skies. I mean, well, not really. Okay. I loved the first Dishonored. That game was phenomenal. Never played the sequel though. I didn't like the ending of Dishonored though. The ending was kind of a letdown. Margarita and hash time. You have a good margarita, Pablo. It's called a chill night by yourself. You don't recommend it? I've heard that Dishonored 2 is a mix of some of the best level design in video games and some of the worst level design in video games, so. But, I mean, I want to play Dark Messiah Might and Magic. I'm gonna show you guys a video. I'm not gonna unmute it, though, because it has copyrighted music. This video is a classic from 2014, but it has I Will Walk 500 Miles, that song by the Proclaimers in it, so I can't play the music, but this is Dark Messiah Might and Magic. It's from like 2006 or something. Very good video game. And it also has like the most launchable kick button of all time. This video game is from that era of video games where they're like, "Oh guys, ragdoll physics." You can literally beat that entire game by pressing F and just kicking shit. There's the video if you want to see with the music, just for full context. It's very good. Cutest Ghost, what model of Sennheisers do you have? You just finished recording a podcast in air quotes assignment for a class. You talked about the Yamaha DX7. Sounds like a fun class. Sorry, just reading something. Because you commented on YouTube about headphones. Unless I'm going crazy and confusing you with somebody else. Which is possible. But also, I thought you did. Beer Dynamic is really nice, though. Those are nice headphones. Also, rip everybody who invested. Sorry, Alamino. It's the only brands. You already broke them? What? How? Like, irreparably? How do you deal with a vampire? You imprison it. You have to figure out who the vampire is, though. It's like a whodunit. You're on a losing streak. You thought betting big would be a good hope. Man, you got a 50% win chance. It should should be all right at the very least, I would think. 10 days or so left in the year. And then I go on lunch break, and then we'll come back, and then we'll play some Mothfall, and which is the other Dwarven fort that I have. And after lunch, and then after like 2 hours of Mothfall, we will, or a few hours of Mothfall. How would you imprison them if you find out? That's the fun of it. Well, accuse them of a crime, naturally. Or you can expel them. Or you could drop something heavy on them. Okay, because, like, so Cutest commented on a video about audio on one of my impressions. I was like, and I basically commented with, like, I need to buy crappier headphones so I can hear what they sound like to other people. Which I do need. I need to just go buy, like, some $1 earbuds and listen to my YouTube videos, because apparently I mix them badly. Or in a way that, like, people just don't understand. Can't hear. And I commented on that, and then you were just like, don't you talk shit about my Sennheisers. I was like, I'm not referring that your Sennheisers are bad. I'm just saying I need to buy worse headphones so I can balance my audio better. It's got nothing to do with your headphones. Trust me, I ain't talking shit about your headphones. I'm saying that I need to get worse headphones. But yeah, I don't know. To me, vampires are really fun. So just being like, oh, this is how you fix it is kind of like skipping the fun of it. So good luck. Works fine and no one can tell. I mean, okay. Hey, Squawk, what up? Oh, also, just a video game comment. Stalker franchise right now. All profits are going to come back alive, and Stalker is currently $9 Canadian, which means it's like $8 US, or like $7.99 for Call of Pripyat, Clear Sky, and Shadow of Chernobyl, so you can play all three of the current Stalker games for really fucking cheap. Just saying. Worth it. They're good games. They crash a lot, but they're good games. But I don't know. I'm like ridiculously good at not breaking my electronics. I don't understand how people just break electronics like crazy. Because like I've had these headphones for close to over 11 years I've had these headphones. And they have a tiny crack up here, which is not a concern. And the reason they got those was because a cat knocked them off of my desk a lifetime ago. And so it's had that crack for like 8 of the 11 years or so. Also, I love Gorilla Tape ads, by the way. I just want to throw that out there. One of the few advertisements I like. Just the guy doing housework and then turns around, there's a gorilla there, and he goes, ah! Screaming at the gorilla, and then responds with, oh, Gorilla Tape. Of course. It's just very funny. I don't know why. I find those ads way too amusing. I've been looking for a reason to buy those. Hell yeah. I'm going to rebuy them. Most likely. They're also on sale on GOG and a few other places, but so you can get them DRM free too if you want. But which is where I have them already, actually. I have the franchise pack on Good Old Games. Eighth of Obsidian. That's it. Save. Anytime. And that's it. Fortress is 185 years old. 15 years. Or 385 years old. Means 15 years away from 400. 35 years from year 420. Which is kind of crazy, actually. Kind of crazy. Still so young, still so far to go. Yeah, I know, right? So, now, with that, spring's arrived. Anybody died? Nobody named. Yeah, it looks like nobody's died. And we have Bekor, the human merchant, who I think I'm just going to leave there. And we're going to save. So I'm going to go do my lunch break. When I come back, we will play some Mothfall. We'll probably play... Like it's 4 p.m. right now. We'll probably play till about 6:30 of Mothfall, and then after that we will be playing Norco and trying to finish it. I don't know if we'll finish it tonight. It highly depends, but Norco's super cool. So we'll do a bit of Mothfall just for a bit more action in the Dwarf Fortress sphere, and then we'll try and finish Norco, which is very good, by the way. But while we wait for this to save. For those of you hanging out, if you're sticking around, that's awesome. But if you want to throw money at me directly, there's a link to the Patreon, which gets you sound commands. And if you want to watch stuff I've done in the past, there's a link to the YouTube channel. I will be back in about 5 minutes, 10 tops. You're headed to sleep now? You have a good night. And if you're sticking around, if I could get a round of beers, that'd be fantastic. But I got to give you guys something to do while I'm gone. I'm not going to leave you totally abandoned. Just do me a big favor, chat, and behave, please. Be back in like 5 minutes.